the first thing I noticed was the silence in the booking system. Not normal silence, not no new guest silence. It was the kind of silence that felt like something had been erased while I was still looking at it. My screen showed the same thing for the third time in 10 minutes. No arrivals, no pending check-ins, just the blinking cursor in the reservation field like it had forgotten what it was supposed to display. But outside the desk, people were arriving. I remember that clearly because I was stamping a key card when I heard the bell at the entrance ring again. One clean chime, then another, then footsteps across the marble floor. I looked up. A couple stood there, mid-30s maybe. The man was holding a small suitcase. The woman kept adjusting her scarf like she was nervous about the air inside the lobby. Both of them looked tired in that specific way travelers do after long night journeys. I smiled automatically. "Welcome to Crescent View Hotel," I said, checking in. The man nodded. "We have a reservation." That was my first pause, because I had just checked the system again less than a minute ago. Still empty. No names, no bookings, nothing for tonight. I glanced at the computer again, thinking maybe it was lagging. That happens sometimes during night shifts when the server syncs slowly. Still nothing. I looked back at them. Under what name? The woman answered before the man could. Rahim and Saba Malik. I typed it in. Nothing. Not even a match suggestion. That should have been impossible. Even if a reservation was canceled, the system usually kept a trace. A ghost entry, something. But this was clean, too clean. I forced a small laugh. Let me just double-check something. I opened the manual booking log, the backup system, the one that never fails. Still empty. And that's when I felt it. A small, slow pressure at the back of my neck, like someone standing too close behind me, even though I was alone at the desk. The couple waited patiently, too patiently. The man tapped his fingers once on the counter, not impatient, just synchronized, like he already knew I would find nothing. I swallowed. "I'm sorry, I don't see your reservation in the system." The woman blinked, once slowly. "That's strange," she said softly. "We booked 2 weeks ago." Her voice didn't sound angry. It sounded rehearsed, like she had said it before, maybe many times. I tried again. "Can I see your confirmation email?" The man handed me his phone. I took it, and for a second, I almost dropped it. The screen showed a booking confirmation from Crescent View Hotel. Everything was correct. Names, date, room type. Even the hotel logo at the top. But when I looked at the timestamp, my stomach tightened. It said confirmed 03:14 a.m. That was 10 minutes ago. I looked at the clock behind me. 03:24 a.m. I looked back at the phone. The confirmation email was already refreshing itself. The screen flickered once, and then the email disappeared. Just gone. Not deleted, not moved. Gone like it had never existed. I handed the phone back slowly. "I think there's a system error tonight." The man smiled slightly. Not warm, not cold, just empty. "We can wait," he said. That was the first moment I considered calling security. But I didn't, because something else was happening in the lobby. Another bell rang. Another guest. A woman walked in alone, dragging a small red suitcase. She didn't look at the desk first. She looked directly at the ceiling, like she was trying to remember something she had already forgotten. Then she came forward. "I have a booking," she said. I didn't even ask for her name yet. She gave it anyway. And again, the system showed nothing. No record. No trace. Not even a failed attempt. I felt my throat tighten. "I'm sorry, I don't have you in the system either." She frowned, not surprised, just slightly disappointed. "That's okay," she said. It usually takes time to appear. That sentence didn't make sense. Bookings do take time to appear. They exist or they don't. I looked at her suitcase. The tag on it was clean, white label, no airline stickers, no travel marks, almost like it was new. Too new. Then I noticed something worse. The couple from earlier were still standing there. But now they weren't looking at me. They were looking at the woman. Not in curiosity. In recognition. Like they had been waiting for her. The man gave a small nod. The woman with the red suitcase nodded back. No words exchanged. Just a shared understanding I wasn't part of. My hands started feeling slightly cold on the keyboard. That's when I checked the system again. And something changed. There were now 2 reservations. Just appeared. No refresh, no input. 2 rooms booked. Same names as the couple and the woman. But here what made my chest tighten. The booking time showed 03:27 a.m. Future time. 3 minutes ahead. I looked at the clock. 03:26 a.m. I looked back at the screen. The cursor blinked once. Then the system auto-updated. 03:27 a.m. And the reservations locked in. As checked in, without me pressing anything. My chair rolled back slightly without me realizing. I whispered, "That's not possible." But the system didn't care. It printed key cards automatically. 2 of them slid out of the machine. Room 403. Room 403. Same room number. Twice. I stared at them. My brain tried to explain it. System glitch, sync error, server corruption. But none of that explained why I could feel the air in the lobby getting heavier. Like the building itself was holding its breath. The couple picked up 1 key card. The woman with the suitcase picked up the other. And for the first time, she looked directly at me. Her eyes were calm. Too calm. "You'll get used to it," she said quietly. My mouth went dry. Used to what? She tilted her head slightly, like the answer was obvious. "Guests who don't fully arrive," she said. A cold pulse ran through my arms. That sentence should not mean anything. But somehow it did. I tried to stand up straighter. "I think there's been a mistake. I can call my manager." The man cut me off gently. "No need." He turned toward the elevator. The woman followed. The 3rd guest stayed for a second longer. She leaned slightly closer to the counter and said something I still don't fully understand. "Make sure you don't check the system again after 04:00. Then she left. Just like that. All 3 of them walked toward the elevator together. No conversation. No hesitation. Just silent coordination like they had done this before. And I sat there, watching them, waiting for the system to correct itself. But it didn't. Instead, 1 more entry appeared. Single line. No name. Just room 403, occupied. And beneath it, a note that made my hands stop moving completely. Receptionist has been notified. I looked up instinctively. The lobby was empty now. But I swear, just for a second, I heard the elevator doors close somewhere deep in the building. Even though no one pressed a button. And the system, still open in front of me, flickered once more. Before locking me out completely. The system was still locked when I looked back at it. Not frozen, not crashed. Locked. Like it had decided I wasn't allowed inside anymore. My fingers hovered over the keyboard anyway, trying different keys, trying admin access, trying anything that made sense. Nothing worked. But the lobby behind me didn't feel normal anymore either. It felt occupied in a way I couldn't fully explain. Not crowded, not empty, just aware. Then I heard footsteps again. Slow, controlled, like someone walking without wanting to disturb the building itself. I turned my head slightly. A man stood at the entrance. Alone. No luggage, no phone in his hand. Just a small leather bag tucked under his arm like it had always belonged there. He didn't look around. He already knew where the desk was. That should have been the first warning. People always look around when they enter a hotel, even confident travelers, even tired ones. But this man didn't. He walked straight to me. And the moment he stepped under the lobby lights, I felt something strange. Like the air around him wasn't fully stable. Not fog, not shadow. More like the world had trouble rendering him correctly. I blinked once. He was still there. But for half a second, I thought I saw through him. "Good evening," I said automatically, my voice softer than usual, checking in. He nodded. No expression. No emotion. Just a simple confirmation, like he was following instructions written long ago. "I have a room," he said. I turned slightly toward the desk, still aware that the system was locked. "No system record right now," I said carefully. "We've had a technical issue tonight. I'll need your details." He reached into his pocket. Not hurried, not hesitant. Just slow, precise movement. He placed cash on the counter. Exact amount. Not more, not less. Something about that bothered me immediately. Most guests pay with card now, even the older ones. Cash is rare. But more than that, it was the way he placed it. Like he already knew the price. Before I even told him. "I don't need a record," he said. That sentence made my chest tighten slightly. Hotels run on records. Everything is record. Without it, you don't exist in the system. I forced a small, polite smile. "Sir, I still need to register you. Name, ID, just standard procedure." He looked at me for the first time. Really looked at me. And I felt something uncomfortable in my stomach. His eyes were calm. Too calm. Not empty. Not alive either. Just delayed, like his reaction was arriving late. "I already checked in," he said. I paused. "Excuse me." He repeated it slowly. "I already checked in." Then he added something quieter. "You just don't remember yet." My fingers went cold on the edge of the counter. For a second, I thought maybe he was joking. But there was no humor in his voice. No emotion at all. Just fact. I turned back to the computer, even though it was locked, and tried again anyway. The system screen flickered. Not normal flicker. This one felt like the monitor itself was struggling. A single line appeared. Then disappeared. Then appeared again. Guest. No name. Just empty space. I blinked hard. "What?" I whispered without meaning to. The man didn't react. He just waited. Patient. Like time didn't matter to him. I tried refreshing again. The screen changed. Now it showed a reservation. But it was wrong. The name field was unstable. It kept shifting, like it couldn't decide what to be. 1 second it looked like letters. Next second it looked like static. Then nothing again. I leaned closer. My breathing slowed without me noticing. The system usually freezes when overloaded. But this wasn't freezing. This was forgetting. As if the data was actively resisting being seen. I looked up at him again. "Sir, I don't have your booking in the system," I said carefully. He nodded once. Not surprised. Not upset. Just acknowledgement. "I know," he said. Then he tapped the counter lightly with one finger. Just once, and the system behind me made a sound. A soft beep. I turned immediately. The screen had changed again. Now there was a full reservation. Room 403. Again, my stomach dropped slightly. Room 403 was already being used tonight. I was sure of it. 2 guests had just gone up there. But this entry felt older. Like it had always existed, and I was only noticing it now. I leaned in closer. The name field finally stabilized for half a second. And I saw it. Or I think I saw it. It looked like H. Then it flickered. Then changed. Then broke apart again into unreadable symbols. My heartbeat picked up. I've worked night shifts for 3 years. Systems glitch, databases corrupt, servers lag. But I have never seen a name refuse to exist. The man watched me carefully. Not in a threatening way. More like he was observing whether I would recognize something. "You see it sometimes," he said quietly. My throat tightened. "See what?" He tilted his head slightly. "The gaps," he said. That word hit strangely. Gaps, like missing space in memory. Like something that should be there but isn't. I forced myself to speak normally. "Sir, I can't check you in without proper identification." He didn't argue. He just reached into his bag. Slowly, deliberately, and pulled out an ID card. He placed it on the counter. I picked it up. The moment I touched it, I felt something off. Not cold, not warm, just inconsistent. Like my brain couldn't fully register its texture. I looked at the name. It flickered. I blinked. It changed. I blinked again. Different name. Each time I tried to focus, it shifted. Like it didn't want to be read. Like it was avoiding being remembered. I felt a small spike of panic in my chest. This wasn't possible. ID cards don't change when you look at them. But this one did. I placed it back down quickly. "I'm sorry," I said, trying to stay professional, though my voice was already less steady. "I can't verify this. The system is not recognizing." The screen behind me beeped again. I turned. New message. Check in COMPLETD. My breath stopped. I didn't enter anything. I didn't confirm anything. But the system had already accepted him. Automatically, I turned back to the man. He was still standing there. Still calm. Still waiting. And now something had changed. Very slightly. The lighting around him looked more stable. Like he had become easier to see. "I told you," he said softly. "I already exist in the system." My mouth felt dry. "That's not possible," I said. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked past me, toward the elevator, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he spoke again. "I stay here often." My stomach tightened. Often, that word shouldn't make sense, because I had never seen him before tonight. At least, I think I hadn't. A strange thought crossed my mind then. What if I had seen him before, but forgot? No, that was ridiculous. I would remember a guest like this. I always remember strange guests. But the doubt still settled somewhere in my mind like dust. He picked up his key card. Room 403. Of course. Then he paused, just before turning away, and looked at me one last time. "You should stop checking the system," he said quietly. My fingers instinctively tightened. "Why?" I asked before I could stop myself. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, the lobby lights flickered once. Just once. A soft pulse. And in that brief darkness between light and dark, I swear, I saw multiple versions of him, standing in slightly different positions, like echoes of the same person overlapping. Then the lights returned. Only one man remained. He was already walking away. And as he moved toward the elevator, something strange happened on the screen behind me. New entry appeared. Same name as him. But now it was stable. Too stable. Like it had finally decided what it wanted to be. And beneath it, one line that made my stomach drop completely. Receptionist recognition sync, 43%. I stared at it. My mind tried to reject it. But another thought came anyway. If recognition can be measured, then what happens when it reaches 100%? I looked up. The elevator doors were closing. And for the first time tonight, I wasn't sure if the guests were arriving, or if they were already here. Room 403 was already supposed to be empty. That's what I kept telling myself. Empty means simple. Empty means safe. Empty means nothing should happen there. But the housekeeper stood in front of me at 04:11 a.m., shaking her head like she had just seen something she couldn't explain twice in the same night. I cleaned it, she said again. Her voice was low, careful, like she didn't want the words to bounce off the walls. I leaned on the reception desk, trying to stay steady. You're sure it was 403? She nodded fast, too fast. Yes, I cleaned it. Fresh towels, bed made, everything normal. I glanced at the system. Room 403. Still marked as occupied. Still active. Still wrong. Because the problem was simple. No one had checked in after the last guest. And the last guest I had personally seen leave. At least I thought I did. The memory felt unstable when I tried to grab it, like it slipped slightly every time I focused on it. I turned back to her. When did you clean it? She hesitated. That hesitation told me more than her answer. About an hour ago, she said finally, before the elevator incident. My stomach tightened at that word. Elevator incident. I didn't ask what she meant. I already knew it had something to do with the floor I wasn't supposed to think about. I leaned closer. Did you enter with a key card? She shook her head. No, door was already open. That stopped me. A hotel room door doesn't open by itself. Not in a building like this. Not in a room that's supposed to be empty. I felt the small pressure in my chest again. That slow, rising discomfort that didn't have a name yet. Tell me exactly what you saw, I said. She looked away for a second, toward the elevators, like she expected them to move without sound. Then she spoke. The room was already awake. That phrase didn't make sense. Rooms don't wake up. But the way she said it made my skin tighten anyway. There was light inside, she continued. Soft light, like someone had just been there. I checked the system again. Still occupied. Still room 403. No guest, I asked. She shook her head slowly. No guest, just presence. That word hit harder than I expected. Presence. Not person. Not body. Just presence. She continued, quieter now. The bed was warm. I stopped breathing for half a second. Warm beds mean recent use. Recent use means someone was there. But security logs showed nothing. No entry. No exit. No movement. Nothing. I looked up at her. You checked CCTV. She nodded immediately. That's why I came to you. That was the part I didn't want to hear. Because CCTV is supposed to be true. It doesn't forget. It doesn't imagine. It just shows. She reached into her pocket and handed me a small USB drive. Her hand was shaking slightly. "Manager told me to bring this," she said, "but I don't want to watch it again." I took it slowly. It felt heavier than it should have. "What's on it?" I asked. She swallowed. "Room 403. That was it. No explanation. No detail. Just those two words. Room 403. I turned toward the security office without thinking. The hallway felt longer than usual. Not physically longer, just harder to walk through. Like the building was paying attention to me now. Every step felt noticed. Behind me, the housekeeper didn't follow. She stayed at the desk, like she didn't want to go any further into the hotel than she already had. The security room was dim. One monitor flickered slightly. The night shift guard wasn't there. Of course he was. No one stays consistent in this place tonight. I slid into the chair and inserted the USB. For a second, nothing happened. Then the screen loaded. Timestamp 03:18 a.m. Room 403 camera feed. I leaned closer. The hallway outside the room was empty. Completely empty. No movement. No sound. Just that dull hotel lighting that always makes everything feel slightly unreal at night. I watched carefully. Nothing. Then something strange happened. The timestamp skipped. Not fast forward. Not lag. It just jumped. 03:19 a.m. Still empty hallway. 03:20 a.m. Still nothing. I frowned. What am I supposed to see? I whispered to myself. Then I noticed it. The door handle. Room 403. It was slightly moving. Just a small shift. Like someone had touched it lightly from the inside. I leaned closer without realizing. But the hallway outside remained empty. No footsteps. No shadows. Just that slow, impossible movement of the handle. Then it stopped. Completely still again. I checked the timestamp. 03:21 a.m. Nothing else changed. Then the screen flickered. For half a second. And when it stabilized, the door was open. Not wide. Just slightly. Like someone had stepped inside a moment ago. I felt my throat tighten. But the hallway camera showed no one entering. No one exiting. Just empty space. Still empty. Still wrong. I rewound the footage. Slowly. Frame by frame. 03:20 a.m. closed door. 03:20 a.m. closed door. 03:20 a.m. closed door. Then suddenly, 03:21 a.m. open door. No transition. No movement. Just chain. Like reality had skipped the part where something happened. I leaned back in my chair. My pulse was louder now. Because I understood something without wanting to. Something entered that room. But the camera never saw it enter. I watched further. The hallway stayed empty. The door stayed open. Then something even worse happened. A cleaning cart appeared. Right outside the door. No person pushing it. No footsteps. Just the cart. Standing perfectly still. I froze. Because I recognized that cart. Housekeeping uses it. The same one the woman just described. The footage showed it sitting there for almost a minute. Then it slowly rolled forward. Inside room 403. No one pushed it. No one pulled it. It just moved like the room had decided to take it in. I felt my hands go cold. The camera angle stayed fixed. Hallway empty. Door open. Cart inside. No human movement at all. Then the timestamp jumped again. 03:23 a.m. And now the door was closed. I blinked hard. That wasn't possible. I rewound again. But the footage had changed. The moment the cart entered was gone. Like it had been edited out while I was watching it. I stood up quickly. "Okay," I muttered. "No, that's not real, that's not." A sound came from behind me. A soft beat from the system computer. I turned. Room 403 status had changed. Now it said, "Cleaning in progress." My stomach dropped. I didn't input anything. No one did. I walked back to the reception area fast. The housekeeper was gone. The desk was empty. Her cleaning cart was gone too. My chest tightened. I checked the hallway camera feed again from reception. It was still showing room 403. But now something was different. The hallway light outside the room was flickering slightly. Like something inside the room was affecting electricity. Then I saw it. A shadow. Inside the room. Just behind the doorway. Not fully formed. Not fully stable. But there. I leaned closer. Trying to focus. The shadow shifted slightly. Like it noticed me watching. Then the screen glitched. For half a second. And when it came back, the shadow was standing at the doorway. Looking out. Directly at the camera. Directly at me. I stepped back without thinking. My chair hit the counter behind me. My breath caught. Because the shadow wasn't moving like a person. It wasn't breathing. It wasn't reacting. It was just observing. Like it had finally realized someone was watching. Then slowly, the camera feed cut. Black screen. System message appeared. Room 403 session closed. My heart pounded hard now. I turned around instinctively. The lobby behind me was empty. Completely empty. But the air felt different. Heavier. Like something had left the screen and entered the building instead. And as I stood there, staring at the dark monitor, one final line appeared on the system log. I didn't touch anything. I didn't trigger anything. But it still appeared. Cleaning COMPLTD. And underneath it, room 403 is now awake. The lights in the hallway outside the reception flickered once. Just once. And somewhere above me, I heard a door slowly close. Room 403 kept changing names. Not the room itself. The people inside it. And the worst part, I only noticed it when I stopped trying not to notice. It started at 04:02 a.m. The system beeped softly while I was sitting at reception, staring at the locked screen like it might explain itself if I waited long enough. Instead, a new reservation appeared. Room 403. Again. But this time, the name wasn't what I expected. It read, Z Malik. I blinked. That name felt familiar. Too familiar. Because just an hour earlier, room 403 had been linked to someone else. Something unstable. Something that flickered every time I tried to read it. Now it was clean. Sharp. Too clean. I leaned closer. The system wasn't frozen anymore. It was active. But it wasn't stable either. It felt like it was rewriting itself while I was watching. Then the bell at the entrance rang. Once, I didn't move immediately. I already knew what I was going to see. And still I turned. A man stood there, same posture, same slow stillness, same leather bag under his arm. But this time, he looked slightly different. You don't notice it at first. It's not the face. It's the weight of the face. Like the identity sitting on it has changed, even if the features haven't fully caught up. He walked toward the desk without hesitation, and I felt that strange pressure again. Like the building was recognizing him before I did. "Good evening," I said, though my voice didn't fully feel like mine anymore. He nodded. "I have a room," he said. "Room 403. He always says room 403. But now I was afraid of what name would come with it. I checked the system before asking. Z Malik. Still there. Still stable. That should have made me feel better. It didn't, because stability in this place didn't mean truth. It meant agreement. Like the system had decided something and stopped arguing. "Name," I asked anyway. He paused for a fraction of a second. That pause mattered, because it wasn't hesitation. It was selection, like he was choosing which version of himself to show me. Then he said, "Zayn Malik." The system blinked. "Accepted." I felt a small tightening in my chest. That was too easy. No ID scan error. No flicker. Just acceptance. I turned the screen slightly toward him. "It's already in," I said slowly. "Room 403 is ready." He nodded again. But this time, something in his expression shifted. Not emotion. Alignment. Like he had finally synchronized with something inside the hotel. And then I noticed something I shouldn't have. His name on the screen changed again. Just slightly. Now it read ZM. Only initials. I looked up at him immediately. But he didn't react. Instead, he placed cash on the counter again. Same exact amount as before. Like deja vu. Like repetition. Like I was watching the same event with slight edits. "I already checked in," he said softly. My stomach tightened instantly. Not again. That sentence. That same sentence from the last guest. Or was it the same guest? I tried to think clearly, but my memory felt like it was shifting under pressure. "No," I said carefully. "You're checking in now." He tilted his head slightly. "That depends," he said. I didn't like that answer. "Depends on what?" I asked. He looked past me for a moment. "At the elevator. Always the elevator." Then he spoke quietly. "On how many versions of me you've already seen tonight?" A cold pulse ran through my arms. I forced myself to look back at the system. The name field was flickering again. Zayn Malik. Z Malik. ZM. It was cycling. Not randomly. In sequence. Like the system couldn't decide which version of him was correct. I whispered, "What are you?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he placed his ID on the counter. Same leather texture. Same motion. But when I picked it up, I felt something I hadn't felt before. Weight shift. Not physical. Conceptual. Like my brain was trying to assign identity and failing. The name on the ID read Zayn Malik. But the letters weren't stable. They moved slightly when I wasn't focusing. I blinked, and for half a second, it changed. Zahid Malik. I froze. Looked again. Zayn. I blinked again. Zahid. My hand tightened. "What is this?" I whispered. The man watched me carefully. Not confused. Not surprised. Just waiting for me to reach the correct conclusion. Then he said something that made my stomach drop even deeper. You're seeing the updates. Updates, I repeated. He nodded once. Every shift changes the record, he said. You just don't notice the edits until they stack. My mind rejected that immediately. Records don't update people. People don't change names like software versions. But the system behind me beeped again. I turned instinctively. New entry. Room 403. Check-in confirmed. Name field. Zahid Malik. I felt my breath stop. I turned back to him. No, I said quickly. You said Zain. He looked at me for a moment, then very calmly said, I was Zain when you met me. That sentence didn't make sense, but my mind didn't reject it fully either. It tried to adapt, like it was being trained. I stepped back slightly. My chair creaked behind me. The lobby lights flickered once. Just once. And in that flicker I saw it. Not him as one person, but as several, standing in slightly different positions, slightly different expressions, like frames from different versions of the same life overlapping. Then light returned. Only one man remained again. But now I wasn't sure which version. He picked up the key card. Room 403. Of course, he always gets room 403. But now I realize something worse. Room 403 might not be a room. It might be a location in the system where all versions of him go. I felt my throat tighten. Why do you always choose that room? I asked. He stopped. For the first time. A real pause. Then he said softly, I don't choose it. He leaned slightly closer, and I noticed something I hadn't before. His reflection in the glass behind me was delayed, half a second behind his movement, like the mirror was remembering him slower than reality. That room remembers me, he said. A cold wave passed through my chest. That doesn't make sense, I said. He gave a faint smile. Not friendly. Not cruel. Just tired. It doesn't have to, he replied. Then he turned slightly toward the elevator again. But I couldn't let him leave yet. Not now. Not with this happening. I typed quickly into the system. Search Malik. The screen paused, then exploded into results. Too many results. Scrolling automatically. Zain Malik checked out. Zahid Malik checked in. Z Malik no record. ZM active session. I froze. My hands went cold. All of them were the same room. Room 403. But different versions of the same person. Different identities. Same destination. I whispered, this is impossible. The man turned slightly at that and said something that made my stomach drop completely. It's not impossible, he said. It's just not stable. The system beeped again, this time louder. New message. Identity convergence, 61%. My chair almost fell back as I stood. Convergence, I muttered. The screen flickered again, now showing a graph. Multiple lines, all moving toward a single point. Room 403. The man watched it calmly, like he had seen it before. Many times. You're seeing it earlier than usual, he said quietly. Seeing what? I asked. He looked at me directly, for the first time fully, and said, what happens when all versions arrive at the same room? My mouth went dry. No, I said. No, that's not real, you're just. But I stopped, because the elevator doors behind him opened. Slowly, without sound, and inside it, there were already faint reflections of him standing inside. Waiting, watching, And in that moment, I realized something that made my whole body feel cold. Room 403 wasn't getting guests. It was collecting them. And as he stepped toward the elevator again, he glanced back one last time and said softly, "Try not to mix up my names." Then the doors closed, and the system updated itself instantly. Room 403 status, multiple occupancy DATACTED. And beneath it, identity count 4. My hands shook slightly as I stared at that number, because I knew what I had seen tonight. One guest, multiple names, same room, and something inside me whispered a question I didn't want answered yet. How many versions of me would room 403 recognize if I stayed long enough? The checkout log was empty when I first opened it. Completely empty. Like the hotel had never allowed anyone to leave. My fingers froze above the keyboard for a second, hovering in that strange space between logic and panic. Because I knew I had processed checkouts tonight. I remembered the sound of the printer, the soft beeps, the key cards being returned, the tired faces walking out into the night. But the system showed nothing. Not error. Not missing data. Just nothing. A clean, blank page, staring back at me like I was the one making a mistake. I whispered, "That's not possible." Then the screen flickered. Once, and the log appeared. For half a second. Just long enough for me to see it. 3 checkouts. All from room 403. My breath stopped instantly. I didn't even blink. I just stared, trying to memorize it before it disappeared again. Names: Zayn Malik, Zahid Malik, Z Malik. All checked out. All at different times. 03:41 a.m. 03:44 a.m. 03:47 a.m. But the moment I reached for the mouse, it vanished. Gone. Like it had never existed. I sat back slowly. My chair creaked too loud in the silence. The lobby felt different now. Not empty, not full. Just waiting. Like the building knew I had seen something I wasn't supposed to keep. I refreshed the system again. Nothing. I tried admin access. Denied. I tried backup logs. Also empty. But my mind was already stuck on one thing. 3 checkouts. From the same room. From the same night. From the same person who couldn't even agree on his own name. I rubbed my eyes once hard, telling myself I was tired. Night shifts do that. They bend perception. They make patterns where none exist. But then the printer beside me made a soft sound. I turned instantly. A paper slid out. Slowly, like it had been waiting for me to look. I grabbed it. Checkout report. Room 403. My throat tightened. It was real. At least it was real on paper. Zayn Malik checkout completed 03:41 a.m. Zahid Malik checkout completed 03:44 a.m. Z Malik checkout completed 03:47 a.m. I stared at it. Printed ink doesn't disappear. It doesn't flicker. It doesn't lie. I turned back to the screen. Still empty. Then back to the paper. Still there. 2 realities sitting on top of each other, refusing to agree. My hands started feeling cold. Not fear at first. Confusion. That slow kind of confusion that makes your brain feel slightly out of sync with your body. I leaned closer to the monitor again. And that's when I noticed something new. A small line at the bottom of the screen. Almost hidden. Log verification in progress. My stomach tightened. Verification by what? There was no admin running checks, no updates scheduled, just that line, slowly blinking, like something unseen was reviewing what I had just seen. I looked back at the printed sheet. The ink was still fresh, too fresh. And then, right in front of me, the words started fading, not smudging, not bleeding, just disappearing, line by line, like someone was erasing the paper while I watched it. I dropped it instantly. It hit the desk. Then the remaining text vanished completely. Blank again. My breath got shallow. No, I whispered. The printer beside me made another soft sound. Another sheet came out. I grabbed it immediately. But this time it was different. No names. Just a single sentence printed in small, precise letters. Unauthorized record DATCTD. My heart skipped. Then the system behind me beeped sharply. I turned. The checkout log had reappeared. But now only one line was visible. Room 403 status, active. My mind refused that instantly. Active. That didn't make sense. I had just seen 3 checkouts. I had just watched them leave. But now they were back inside. I leaned closer to the screen. And then I saw it. The timestamp was moving backward. Not forward. Backward. 03. 47 a.m. right arrow 03. 46 a.m. right arrow 03. 45 a.m. Like time was being undone. Like the hotel was revering something I wasn't allowed to finalize. My pulse rose. This isn't a system glitch, I said quietly. But even as I said it, I didn't believe myself. Because glitches don't undo reality. They just break it. The lobby lights flickered once. I turned instinctively. And for a brief second, I saw movement in the glass doors. 3 silhouettes. Standing outside. Watching. Not moving. Just there. I froze. Then blinked. They were gone. But the feeling stayed. Like they hadn't left. Just stepped out of visibility. I looked back at the screen. Now the log showed something else. A new entry forming. Slowly typing itself out. Room 403. Check-in RESTORED. My stomach dropped completely. No, 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 I muttered. I grabbed the keyboard and tried to stop it. Escape key. Nothing. System lock. Nothing. It kept writing. Like I wasn't even touching it. Check-in time, 03:12 a.m. That was before I even saw them arrive. Before everything started. Before anything made sense. I felt my chest tighten. This wasn't correction. This was rewriting. Like the hotel was rebuilding tonight from scratch. And my memory was just in the way. I stood up quickly. The chair fell slightly behind me. Too loud in the silence. I walked toward the lobby glass. Slow. Careful. Like movement itself might trigger something. Outside was empty street. No cars. No people. Just the faint reflection of the hotel, lights stretching across wet pavement. But something felt off. The reflection wasn't matching the building. I leaned closer and realized the lobby behind me was not what I was standing in. In the reflection, the reception desk was different. Older, dustier, and behind it, I was standing there, but not alone. There were 3 versions of me. Sitting, standing, typing, all slightly out of sync. My breath caught. I stepped back instantly. What is this? I whispered. Behind me, the system beeped again. I turned. New message. Receptionist log conflict DETCTED. Then another line appeared beneath it. Memory alignment required. My hand started shaking slightly. Memory alignment. What does that even mean? Then the screen changed again, now showing a list. Not guests. Not rooms. Me. Receptionist ID, active 1 version. Receptionist ID, active 3 versions. Receptionist ID, active unknown variants. I felt my throat go dry. No, that's not possible. I stepped back from the desk, but the screen followed me. Not physically, visually, as if it didn't care where I stood. The text kept shifting. The printer started again behind me. I didn't want to turn, but I did. Another sheet. I picked it up slowly. This one had a single line. You have been here before. My stomach dropped. I dropped the paper instantly. It fell onto the floor. But as it landed, the words changed. Now it read, "You have never left." A cold wave hit my body. My memories flickered for a second. Just a second. But enough. Enough to feel something missing. Like a gap. Like something I was supposed to remember, but couldn't hold onto anymore. I grabbed the desk for support. No, I said again. But my voice sounded unsure now. Not because I didn't believe it, but because something inside me was starting to hesitate. The elevator bell rang. Once, slow, deliberate. I turned toward it, and the doors opened. Empty, but the light inside wasn't normal. It was softer, almost familiar, like it had been waiting for me specifically. And in that moment, the system behind me updated one last time. Final log entry. Room 403, occupancy complete. Then underneath it, all CHECKOUTS reversed. My breath stopped. Slowly, I turned back toward the lobby glass. And this time, I didn't see 3 guests outside. I saw them inside, standing behind me, watching, waiting, and one of them, Zain or Zahid, or whatever he was now, spoke softly. You never processed our checkout. My hands went cold, because suddenly I wasn't sure if I was the receptionist anymore, or just another record still waiting to be finalized. And as the elevator door stayed open behind me, I realized something even worse. Room 403 wasn't just a place people couldn't leave. It was a system that never allowed anything to end. Not even me. And the last thing I remember before the screen went black was the printer starting again. The elevator started moving on its own at 03:13 a.m. No one pressed anything. No one was inside. But I watched the display change from 12 to something that shouldn't exist. My fingers froze around the security clipboard. For a second, I thought the system had glitched again. This hotel had been full of strange errors all night. Names changing, checkouts disappearing, rooms refusing to stay empty. But this was different. This wasn't software. This was physical. Because I could hear the elevator moving. Slow, heavy, like something inside it was breathing through the cables. I stepped closer to the elevator panel. All floors were normal. Ground 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 12. And right above it, a blank space. No button. No label. Just a smooth metal surface where 13 should never be. I touched it without thinking. It was warm. That's the first thing that made my stomach tighten. Metal doesn't stay warm at night. Not in a building like this. I pulled my hand back quickly. Okay, I whispered, that's not possible. The elevator dinged. Slow. 1 floor down. I turned instantly toward the hallway camera screen on my desk. The feed showed the elevator shaft. Empty. No movement. No car. Just darkness. But I could still hear it. Descending. Step by step. Like it was moving through a floor that wasn't recorded. I leaned closer to the monitor. My reflection looked slightly off in the glass. Too still. Like it was waiting for me to notice something. Then the camera flickered. And for half a second, the elevator was there. Inside the shaft. Moving down. But it wasn't aligned with the floors. It was passing through them. Like the building wasn't solid enough to stop it. I felt my throat tighten. No signal, I muttered. But the sound was still there. Metal grinding softly. Like something large shifting in a place it didn't belong. I grabbed the radio. Security to maintenance, I said quickly. Is the elevator active? Static. Then a voice. But it didn't sound like our maintenance team. It sounded delayed. Like the words had traveled too far to reach me properly. Elevator is offline, it said. I frowned. Then why is it moving? Silence. A long one. Then the voice came again. This building doesn't have a 13th floor. I almost laughed at that. Almost. Because I already knew that. Everyone in the hotel knew that. The blueprint didn't include it. The architect never approved it. Even the emergency map stopped at 12. But the elevator display in front of me still showed 13. Now flashing. Not stable. Like it was struggling to exist. The elevator dinged again. Closer. 2nd floor. I looked down the hallway instinctively. Empty. But the air felt different. Heavier. Like something was filling the space between the walls. Then I heard it. A soft sound. Footsteps. Inside the elevator shaft. Not above. Not below. Inside. I backed up slowly toward the desk. My hand hit the counter by accident. Too loud in the silence. The footsteps stopped. I froze. Then the elevator dinged again. 3rd floor. But the display in front of me changed. It didn't show numbers anymore. It showed something else. A flickering symbol. Like the system couldn't translate what was happening. Then slowly, it resolved into text. Stop looking. My breath caught instantly. That wasn't a system message. That was directed. Personal. Like the elevator itself was aware I was watching it. I stepped back again. The radio crackled. Sir, the maintenance voice said again, slower this time. Check the logs. I turned to the computer. My fingers moved fast. Elevator status offline. Usage log empty. Last activity 02:58 a.m. But the sound of movement was right behind me now. Not through speakers. Not through cameras. Direct. Real. The elevator was at my floor. I didn't remember it arriving. That's what scared me the most. I slowly turned my head. The doors were closed, but the panel light was on. Still glowing. Still there. Like it had been waiting the entire time. I swallowed hard. No, I whispered. No, there's no 13. But the panel beeped. Once. Then the doors opened. Slow. No rush. No force. Just calm movement. Like it expected me to understand. The inside of the elevator was empty, at least at first. Soft light, clean walls, normal reflection. But something felt wrong about the space, like it was deeper than it should be, like it didn't match the building. I stepped closer without realizing. My reflection in the metal doors didn't match my movement perfectly. It lagged, just slightly. I froze. Then the elevator dinged softly again. From inside, not from the floor, from within the space itself. And that's when I saw it. A small detail. The floor indicator inside the elevator. It didn't show 1, or 2, or anything normal. It showed 13 right arrow down. I stepped back instantly. "What is this?" I muttered. The radio crackled again. But now the voice was different. Softer, closer. "You're already in the system," it said. I froze. That wasn't maintenance. That wasn't anyone I knew. The elevator lights flickered once. And in that flicker, I saw something standing inside. Not fully visible. Just shape. Human outline. Facing me. Still. Waiting. I backed away quickly. My chair hit the desk behind me. The sound felt too loud. Too real. When I looked again, the elevator was empty, but the doors were still open, like it was inviting me in. My phone vibrated suddenly. I jumped slightly. It was the hotel system alert. New log entry. Room status update. Elevator 13 active. I stared at it. My mouth went dry. There is no room 13. There is no floor 13. But now the system was treating the elevator like it was one. A space. A destination. A place. The elevator dinged again. This time softer. Like a warning. Or a request. I don't know why I did it. But I stepped forward. Just one step. The air changed immediately. Colder. Heavier. Like the building was holding its breath. The elevator door stayed open. Patient. Waiting. And then I saw something on the back wall of the elevator. A small screen. Not there before. It flickered once. Then displayed a list. Names. I leaned closer slowly. My stomach tightened as I recognized something impossible. These were hotel guests, but they weren't checked into rooms. They were assigned to the elevator. Zayn Malik, Zahid Malik, Z Malik. My breath stopped. Same names. Again, but now something new appeared beneath them. Destination 13. My hands started shaking. "No," I whispered. "No, that's not." The elevator dinged again. Closer, like it was confirming something. The lights in the hallway flickered. Once, and in that flicker, the hallway behind me was gone. Just gone. Replaced by darkness stretching deeper than the hotel should allow. Like the building had opened a space that didn't exist before. I turned back quickly. The elevator was still there. Open. Waiting. But now the reflection in its metal walls showed something different. 3 silhouettes behind me, standing inside the lobby. Watching. Patient. Familiar. I didn't turn around fully. I didn't want to confirm it. But I already knew. They were the same guests. The ones who never properly checked in. The ones who never properly checked out. The elevator dinged again. And this time the display changed. Final boarding. My chest tightened hard. The doors remained open. but the light inside was now warmer, almost familiar, like home, like memory, like something I had seen before but forgotten. The radio whispered one last time, and this time I knew the voice. It was mine. Don't let it close without you. My breath stopped. The elevator door started to move, slowly closing, and I realized something terrifying. If I didn't step in, it wouldn't leave. It would stay open, waiting for the next version of me that might eventually understand what 13 really is. And as the doors narrowed, I finally stepped forward, and everything went quiet. The hallway wasn't supposed to be there. That's what the maintenance guy kept repeating, over and over, like saying it enough times would make it disappear. But I was standing right in front of the elevator doors when they opened again at 03:58 a.m. And I saw it too. A fully lit hallway. Long, clean, stretching deeper than the building should allow. I checked the floor panel above the elevator twice. That was it. No 13. No hidden level. Just 12. So where was this place coming from? The maintenance guy stepped beside me, holding his flashlight low like he didn't want to wake the building up. "You seeing this?" he whispered. I nodded slowly, because I didn't trust my voice yet. The light inside the hallway was warm. Not hotel white. Not emergency yellow. Something in between. Like memory light. Like something trying to feel familiar. The elevator door stayed open. Patient. Waiting. As if it knew we were going to hesitate. We both stood there for a moment. Neither of us stepping out. Neither of us stepping back. Just stuck in that thin space where reality starts to feel optional. Then the maintenance guy spoke again. "This hallway doesn't exist on the blueprint." I swallowed. I know, because I had seen the same plans earlier. 12 floors. No extensions. No service corridors. No hidden maintenance wings. Just a clean, simple structure. So this shouldn't have been possible. He lifted his flashlight slowly. The beam touched the hallway floor. Clean tiles. Too clean. Like it had never been walked on. But that wasn't true, because I could see faint marks. Very faint. Like footprints that had been erased, but not fully forgotten. The maintenance guy stepped closer. 1 foot into the hallway. I grabbed his arm immediately. "Don't," I said. He paused, looked at me, then at the hallway again. "I have to check," he said quietly. "If this is real, it could affect the whole building." That word again. Real. Like we still knew what that meant tonight. He stepped forward anyway. And the moment his shoe touched the tile, the light in the hallway flickered once. Not like electricity failing. Like the hallway itself had reacted. He froze. I saw his grip tighten on the flashlight. "Did you feel that?" he asked. I nodded, because I did. The air had changed. It felt aware, like something inside the hallway had noticed us. We took a few steps in together. Slow, careful. The elevator doors behind us stayed open, but I already felt like they weren't part of the same place anymore. The sound from the lobby faded instantly. No echoes, no hum of machines, just silence. Too clean. The kind of silence that makes your ears start searching for something to replace it. We walked further. The hallway stretched longer than it should have. Every few meters, there were doors, but no numbers. Just blank plates. No labels. No handles on some. And on others, handles that looked slightly melted. I stopped walking. "This doesn't match the floor layout," I said. The maintenance guy checked his phone. No signal. Of course. He tried opening a maintenance app. Nothing loaded. Just spinning. Then he whispered something that made my chest tight. "Check this." He turned his flashlight toward the wall. I followed it, and my stomach dropped. There were markings on the wall. Faint scratches. Repeated patterns. Not damage. Not graffiti. More like something had been packing here for a long time. The scratches were arranged in lines. Vertical. Like counting. Like tracking something over time. I stepped closer and noticed something worse. Some of the scratches looked like numbers, but not normal numbers. Rewritten numbers. Over and over. 12, 12, 12. Then scratched out. Then replaced with something else. 13. My breath caught instantly. "No," I whispered. The maintenance guy looked at me sharply. "What?" I pointed at the wall. "Someone wrote 13 here." He stared. Long. Then shook his head. "That's not possible. There is no 13th floor." I didn't answer, because I was looking at something else now. At the far end of the hallway. A door. Slightly open. Light spilling out from it. Warmer than the rest of the corridor. Like something inside was still alive. The maintenance guy noticed it too. He whispered that wasn't there before. We didn't move immediately. We just watched it. Because sometimes in places like this, movement feels like permission. And we weren't ready to give it that. Then something happened that made my skin go cold. The hallway lights flickered. Just once. And in that flicker, the open door became fully closed. No sound. No motion. Just change. Like the hallway had rewritten what we were allowed to see. I stepped back instinctively. The maintenance guy whispered, "Did you see that?" I nodded again, but I didn't trust my eyes anymore. The door was now closed. Completely normal. But I knew what I saw. Something had been inside. Something had been watching us from there. We moved closer anyway. Because fear doesn't always stop you. Sometimes curiosity pushes harder. The maintenance guy reached the door first. Slowly, carefully, he placed his hand on the handle. It felt like the hallway held its breath. Then he opened it. The room inside was not what I expected. It was not a room at all. It was another hallway. Same design. Same lights. Same endless stretch. But slightly different. Like a copy that didn't fully load correctly. I stepped inside without thinking. My brain refused to accept what my eyes were telling me. "This is impossible," I muttered. The maintenance guy was silent now. He just kept looking around, slowly scanning, like he was trying to find the error in reality. Then he said something very quietly. "This is not on the blueprint either." I felt a cold pressure in my chest, because now I understood something I didn't want to understand. This wasn't a hallway. It was a loop. We walked deeper. Each step felt slightly delayed, like the hallway was reacting after we moved. Not during. Behind us, the entrance door was still open. But when I looked back again, it wasn't there. Just more hallway, stretching endlessly. I stopped walking. The maintenance guy didn't notice immediately. He kept going. Then he turned, saw my face, and froze. "What?" he asked. I pointed behind him. "There's no exit anymore." He turned slowly. And I saw it hit him. That moment when logic breaks, but your body hasn't accepted it yet. He tried to laugh, but it came out wrong. No, that's just perspective, he said. But even he didn't believe it, because we both saw it. The hallway behind us was now identical to the one in front. Same lights, same doors, same scratches on the wall. We were inside it now. Fully, no way out. The lights flickered again. And this time, we heard footsteps. Behind us. Slow, measured, coming from deeper inside the hallway. We turned immediately. Flashlight shaking slightly now. But there was nothing there. Only darkness at the far end. Yet the footsteps continued, getting closer. Not fast, not rushing, just steady, like something had been walking here long before we arrived. The maintenance guy whispered, "We should go back." I almost laughed. "Back where?" I asked. He didn't answer, because there was no back anymore. Only forward, only deeper. The footsteps stopped. Silence returned. Then a voice. Soft. Close. Too close. "Why did you open it?" I felt my body freeze completely. The maintenance guy stepped closer to me instinctively. We both looked around, but no one was there. The voice came again. Not from a direction. From the walls. From the lights. From everywhere at once. This hallway was not supposed to be active. The maintenance guy finally spoke, voice shaking slightly. "Who are you?" A pause. Then the lights dimmed slightly. And in that dimness, I saw something I wish I didn't. A shadow standing at the far end of the hallway. Not moving. Just watching. And then the voice answered. "We are what the building remembers when no one is looking." The maintenance guy took a step back. I grabbed his arm. "Don't run," I whispered, because I realized something worse. Running wouldn't matter here. The hallway wasn't a place. It was a state, and it already knew we were inside it. The shadow at the end flickered once, then disappeared, but the footsteps returned immediately. Closer this time, surrounding us. Not one set, multiple, from different directions. Like the hallway had decided we were no longer visitors. We were part of it now. And as the lights flickered again, one final message appeared on the wall in faint glowing letters. Level 13, accepted. And somewhere behind us, a door slowly closed. The walls started talking at 04:07 a.m. Not loudly, not clearly, just soft voices bleeding through concrete like the building was remembering conversations it was never supposed to keep. I froze in the corridor outside the elevator, because I wasn't alone in hearing it. The maintenance guy stood beside me, his flashlight shaking slightly now, pointing at the wall like it might answer him if he stared long enough. "You hearing that?" he whispered. I didn't answer immediately, because I wanted to be sure I wasn't imagining it. But then the sound came again. Footsteps. Inside the wall. Slow. Measured. Like someone packing in a room that didn't exist. I swallowed hard. Yeah, I hear it. The maintenance guy leaned closer to the wall. Pressed his ear against it. That was his first mistake. The moment he did it, the footsteps stopped. Instantly. Like whatever was inside had noticed him listening. We both stood still. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. Too complete. Too intentional. Then a voice came. Soft. Close. Not from above. Not from below. From the wall itself. Why are you outside? The maintenance guy stepped back so fast, he almost dropped his flashlight. I didn't move, because something about the voice didn't feel random. It felt directed, like it was speaking to someone specific. Not both of us, just one. The wall stayed still. Then the footsteps started again. But now they weren't walking away. They were walking toward us, slowly, from inside the structure. I stepped back instinctively. This isn't normal, I said. The maintenance guy shook his head quickly. No rooms behind this section, he said. I checked the blueprint myself. This is solid concrete. I looked at the wall again. Solid, clean, no cracks, no vents, no doors, just paint and structure. But the sound didn't match what I was seeing. The footsteps stopped again. Then something worse happened. A knock from inside the wall. 3 soft taps, like someone was waiting for permission. The maintenance guy whispered, "That's impossible." But the wall responded before he finished. "Yes," it said softly. Both of us went silent instantly. My throat tightened. The voice didn't sound loud. It sounded close, like it was inside the same space as us, just separated by something thin. The maintenance guy backed away slowly. "What are you?" he asked. A pause. Then the wall answered. "We are guests." My stomach dropped. Guests. That word again. It always came back to guests. Hotel logic. Hotel language. But this wasn't a room. This was concrete. The maintenance guy shook his head. "No guests are assigned here," he said. "There's no access, no doors, nothing." The voice interrupted him gently. "We were assigned before the structure finished remembering us." That sentence didn't make sense, but it still felt wrong in a deeper way, like it didn't belong in normal speech. The lights above us flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw something shift in the wall. Not physically breaking, just changing, like a faint outline forming beneath paint. I stepped closer without meaning to. The maintenance guy grabbed my arm. "Don't," he whispered, but I was already seeing it. A shape, not fully formed, just depth where flatness should be. Like the wall was becoming hollow in one small section. I pointed at it. "Do you see that?" He didn't answer immediately. Then he whispered, "Yeah." The shape grew slightly clearer, like something pressing from the inside, trying to become visible. Then the voice returned. "You keep walking past us," it said softly. I felt a chill run through my chest. "We don't walk past anything," I said quietly. A pause. Then, "You do," the wall replied. The maintenance guy stepped back again. His breathing got heavier. "Maybe it's sound echo," he said, trying to convince himself. But even he didn't believe it, because echoes don't respond. The wall did. Another knock came, this time louder, closer. The maintenance guy lifted his flashlight again, and for the first time, the beam caught something. A thin line, a seam, barely visible, like a door that had been sealed so long it forgot it was ever meant to open. He stepped forward carefully. "I didn't see this earlier," he muttered. I followed his light. The seam ran vertically, perfectly straight, too precise for natural structure. He placed his hand on it. I grabbed his wrist immediately. "Don't touch it," I said. But he already had. And the moment he did, the wall responded. Not with sound, with warmth, a soft pulse under his hand, like something alive recognizing contact. He pulled his hand back instantly. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. The seam shifted slightly. Not opening, not breaking, just breathing. The maintenance guy stepped back. "I'm calling this in," he said quickly. He reached for his radio. Static. Nothing else. No signal. Just white noise that sounded almost like whispering if you listened too long. Then the wall spoke again. "You don't need help," it said softly. The maintenance guy froze. "We already have you." My chest tightened hard. That sentence didn't feel like a threat. It felt like confirmation. Like something had already finished deciding. I stepped closer to the seam again. Against my better judgment. Because something inside me needed to understand. "Who is we?" I asked quietly. A pause. Longer this time. Then the answer came. "All of you who stayed." The maintenance guy turned to me. His face looked pale now. "We should leave," he said. But when he turned, the hallway behind us wasn't the same anymore. It was longer. Too long. Stretching further than it should. The elevator was gone. Or hidden. Or replaced. I couldn't tell anymore. The building layout felt wrong. Like it was rewriting itself slowly around us. The footsteps returned inside the wall. But now there were more of them. Multiple. Walking in different directions. Like an entire crowd trapped behind concrete. Then voices came again. Not one. Many. Overlapping. "We checked in. We never left. We are still waiting." The maintenance guy backed into the opposite wall by accident. And the moment he touched it, he jerked forward instantly. "What is this?" he whispered, panicking now. I looked. His hand had left a mark. Not paint. Not dust. A faint outline. Like his hand had briefly sunk into the surface. I grabbed his arm. "Don't touch anything," I said firmly. But it was too late. The wall responded again. "You're already touching us." The lights flickered harder now. The hallway felt unstable. Like the building couldn't maintain its shape anymore. The maintenance guy backed away slowly. "This isn't structural," he said. "This is something else." I nodded slowly. Because I realized it too. This wasn't a hidden room. This wasn't a secret corridor. This was absorption. Something inside the building was using space that wasn't meant to exist. The seam in the wall widened slightly. Just a fraction. And through it, I saw movement. Not clear, but enough. Shapes standing close together. Too close. Waiting. The maintenance guy whispered, "We should run." But I didn't move. Because I saw something inside the wall that made my stomach drop. A reflection. Not of the hallway. Of us. Standing inside the wall already. But slightly different. Like versions of us that had been there longer than we had. The voice came again. Soft. Closer than before. "You hear us now," it said. And I realized something terrifying. We hadn't been hearing voices through the wall. We had been hearing ourselves. From inside it. The seam widened again. The maintenance guy grabbed my arm hard now. "Move," he said urgently. But I couldn't. Because I saw my reflection inside the wall blink. Before I did. And in that moment, I understood the final thing I didn't want to understand. We weren't standing outside the wall anymore. We were standing at the edge of becoming part of it. And somewhere deep inside the concrete, something was learning our names. Slowly, patiently, like it had been waiting for us to remember we were already guests. They came back at 05:12 a.m., but there were 5 of them when they went in. Only 3 came out, and none of them would look at the elevator anymore. I was standing near the service desk when I saw them return. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat. Not water, not cleaning chemicals, just fear, the kind that doesn't dry easily. One of them dropped his mop instantly. It hit the floor with a dull sound that felt too loud for the silence in the lobby. The supervisor walked in front, but he wasn't leading anymore. He looked like he was escaping something he didn't want to name. I stepped forward quickly. "What happened up there?" I asked. No one answered. Not immediately. The second worker kept shaking his head slowly, like he was trying to erase something from memory by force. The third one just whispered one word. "Don't." That was it. Just don't. The supervisor finally spoke, but his voice cracked halfway through. "There's no floor up there," he said. I frowned. "You went to 13, I said quietly. "The elevator showed it." He shook his head fast. "No," he said. "We went where the elevator wanted us to go." That line didn't make sense at first, but the way he said it made my stomach tight. Like the elevator wasn't a machine anymore. Like it was choosing. The second worker suddenly stepped back. "No more," he muttered. "I'm not going back." The supervisor grabbed his arm quickly. "Don't say that here," he warned. But it was too late. The air around us already felt different, like the building had started listening more closely. I glanced toward the elevator. It was still there. Doors closed. Still. Patient. But the light above it blinked once, like it heard its name. The supervisor noticed my stare and lowered his voice. "We opened the door," he said slowly. "We thought it was a service level like storage, mechanical access, something normal." He swallowed hard. But it was. I didn't interrupt, because I needed him to say it himself. The third worker finally spoke again. His voice was barely there. "The lights were already on," he said. I felt a chill run down my spine. "On?" I asked. He nodded. "All of them," he said, like someone was waiting. The supervisor continued, his hands trembling slightly now. "We stepped out and the hallway was too clean, too bright, no dust, no sound. Even our footsteps felt wrong." He paused, like he was seeing it again. "I checked the door number," he said. "There wasn't one." I frowned. "No number." He shook his head. "Just a blank plate, but it was warm, like something had been holding it from the inside." The second worker suddenly covered his ears. "Stop talking about it," he whispered. "Stop." But the supervisor didn't stop. Because once fear starts spilling, it doesn't go back inside. "We walked down the hallway," he continued. "There were doors, but they weren't rooms." He looked at me directly for the first time. They were mirrors. That word hit harder than I expected. Mirrors don't belong in hotel service floors. They don't belong in maintenance levels. The supervisor continued. "Every door showed us walking, but not the same way we were walking, like the reflection was delayed or ahead of us." I felt my throat tighten. "What did you do?" I asked. He laughed once, but it wasn't humor. It was panic trying to escape. "We tried to leave," he said, "but the hallway didn't agree." Silence fell again. The lobby felt colder now. Even the lights above the desk seemed dimmer. The third worker finally spoke again, very quietly. "One of us opened a door," he said. I looked at him immediately. "And?" He swallowed hard. "It wasn't a room," he said. "It was the same hallway, but older." The supervisor nodded slowly. Like it had been used before, he added, for a long time. I felt my mind trying to catch up. But that's impossible, I said. No one argued. Because they didn't have energy left for logic. The second worker suddenly stepped forward again. His voice cracked. We saw people, he said. That changed everything. I leaned in slightly. What people? I asked. He hesitated, then whispered. Guests. The word hit like a slow drop. Guests again. Always guests. The supervisor lowered his head. They weren't moving right, he said. Not fully, like they were stuck between walking and standing. He paused, and they kept repeating numbers. I frowned. Numbers. He nodded. 12, 12, 13, 12, like they forgot where they belonged. The air in the lobby felt thinner now, like the building was compressing around us. I stepped back slightly. Did you go deeper? I asked. The supervisor shook his head quickly. No, he said. We tried to come back immediately. He hesitated, but the hallway changed when we turned around. That sentence made my skin tight. Changed how? I asked. He looked at me carefully. It became longer, he said, and the elevator was gone. A cold silence followed. Even the receptionist behind me stopped typing. The supervisor continued. We walked for what felt like minutes, then hours, but the hallway never ended. The second worker suddenly spoke again. We started hearing it then, he said. Hearing what? I asked. He didn't answer right away. Then whispered. Cleaning sounds. That made no sense. But he kept going. Mopping, doors closing, vacuum machines, like someone was working there right next to us. The supervisor nodded slowly. And voices, he added. Calling our names. I felt my hands go cold. The third worker finally looked up. And what he said next made the entire lobby feel wrong. They knew we were there, he whispered. Silence dropped heavily. I looked toward the elevator again. Still closed. Still calm. But now I didn't trust that calm. The supervisor took a shaky breath. One of us started panicking, he said. He ran ahead. I leaned in slightly. And he looked down. We didn't see him again. That was the missing one. 1 out of 5. Gone. No explanation. No detail. Just gone. The second worker suddenly stepped back. I told you not to go, he whispered. I told you. The supervisor didn't respond. He just kept staring at the floor. The silence in the lobby stretched too long. Then I asked the question I already feared the answer to. What did you see at the end? The supervisor hesitated. For a long time. Then finally spoke. A door, he said quietly. I frowned. A normal door. He shook his head. No, he said. It had our hotel logo on it. That didn't make sense. He continued. But the logo was wrong. It was moving, like it couldn't decide what shape it should be. The second worker suddenly spoke again. And it had a sign, he added. I turned to him. What sign? His voice dropped to almost nothing. 13. The word landed like something heavy. The supervisor continued. We didn't open it, he said quickly. We ran straight back, didn't look back. I exhaled slowly. And then you came out. He nodded, but not the same way we went in. That made me pause. What do you mean? He looked at me now. Directly. The elevator wasn't there when we came back, he said. I turned toward it instantly. Still there. Still closed. But now it felt different. like it had shifted slightly. Closer. The supervisor noticed my reaction and shook his head. "That's not the same elevator," he said. I froze. "What?" He stepped back slightly. "We didn't come back through that one," he said. "We came back through a service door that wasn't there before." The second worker suddenly pointed toward the hallway behind me. "It's gone now," he whispered. I turned slowly. The service corridor they described wasn't visible. Just normal walls. Normal space. No sign of anything extra. As if it had been erased. The supervisor took one final step toward me and said something I won't forget. "The building changes after you see it," he said. "It tries to fix itself so you don't remember what's wrong." A long silence followed. Then the elevator dinged. Once, soft, distant. All heads turned instantly. The doors didn't open, but the panel above it lit up. For the first time since this started, it wasn't flickering. It was stable. The supervisor backed away slowly. "No," he whispered. "No, no." The second worker turned and ran. Out of the lobby. Without another word. The third one followed immediately. But the supervisor stayed. His eyes locked on me. And he said the last thing before walking away. "If you hear cleaning in the walls again, don't answer it." Then he left. And I was alone in the lobby. With the elevator. And the number 13, glowing like it had been waiting for me to finally believe it was real. The cameras started watching me first, not the other way around. I noticed it at 06:03 a.m. when I replayed the lobby feed. My own face was on the screen, but I wasn't moving in real time. I was slightly delayed, like the camera was showing me a version of myself that hadn't fully caught up yet. I leaned closer to the monitor. The hallway behind me was empty in real life. But on the screen, there were people standing there. 3 silhouettes. Still, facing the elevator. Not moving. Just watching it like it was alive. I turned instantly. Nothing. Empty lobby. Silent corridor. No one there. But on the screen, they didn't disappear. They stayed. I whispered without thinking, "Who are you showing me?" The system didn't answer. It never does. But the silhouettes on the monitor shifted slightly. Not walking. Just adjusting. Like they had noticed I noticed them. A chill ran through me. Because surveillance cameras don't work like that. They don't react. They don't observe back. But this one did. I switched to another camera. Elevator feed. Same thing. Empty hallway in real life. But on screen, the elevator doors were open, and the number 13 was glowing above it. Bright, stable, like it had been waiting all night. And in front of it, more silhouettes. Still, facing the elevator. Not entering. Not leaving. Just watching. I checked the live hallway. Nothing. No silhouettes. No movement. Just clean, empty corridor. But the screen showed something completely different. Like the camera was recording a version of the building I wasn't allowed to see directly. My hand tightened around the edge of the desk. "This doesn't make sense," I muttered. Behind me, the radio crackled once. Static first, then a whisper. Not maintenance, not system, just sound shaped like a voice. "You're looking at us the right way now." I froze, slowly turned toward the radio. "Who is this?" I asked. No answer, but the camera feed flickered, and one of the silhouettes on screen moved closer to the elevator. Just one step, then stopped again. I leaned closer to the monitor. My throat felt dry, because I realized something I didn't want to accept. They weren't just watching the elevator. They were waiting for it, like it was supposed to do something, like it had done it before. I pulled up the playback logs. All cameras, same time window, 0600 a.m. But something was wrong. The footage wasn't consistent. In some recordings, the hallway was empty. In others, it was full of those silhouettes. And in one feed, I saw myself standing there, not at the desk, not in the lobby, but inside the hallway, standing with them, watching the elevator. I stood up so fast the chair fell behind me. No, I whispered. That wasn't possible. I had never been there. I would remember that. But the footage didn't care what I remembered. It kept showing me standing there, still, silent, just like them. I zoomed in. My face looked wrong. Not distorted, not blurred, just slightly unfamiliar. Like I was a version of myself that had been edited too many times. The silhouettes around me didn't move. But I noticed something now. They weren't facing the elevator. They were facing the camera, watching it, watching me. My breath got shallow. I switched feeds quickly. Elevator camera, lobby camera, hallway camera. All of them showed the same thing. Silhouettes, everywhere, always facing the elevator, always still, but never in real life. I turned around again instinctively. Empty lobby, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. It got heavier, like the air itself had eyes now. The elevator dinged suddenly. Once, soft, I flinched, looked at it instantly. Doors closed, but the number above it, 13, was blinking now. Slow, intentional, like a heartbeat. The radio crackled again, this time clearer. "This is the watching floor," the voice said. I stepped back slowly. "I don't understand," I said quietly. The voice continued. "You don't need to understand. You just need to see." The cameras flickered all at once. Every screen in the control room glitched, then stabilized, and what I saw made my stomach drop. Every feed now showed the same hallway. Not different angles, not different rooms. The same hallway. Infinite, stretching further than physics should allow, and filled with silhouettes. Dozens now, standing, watching the elevator, perfectly still, like statues made of attention. I whispered, "Where is this?" The voice answered softly, "Where you always stand when you think you're alone." I stepped back from the monitors. My reflection in the glass looked slightly delayed again. Just like earlier, just like before. Then I noticed something worse. On every camera feed, the elevator was slowly opening. But in real life, it wasn't moving. I turned sharply. The elevator doors in front of me were closed. Still, silent, but on the screens, they were wide open. And inside it, nothing, just light, too bright, too clean. The silhouettes on the hallway feeds all took one small step forward at the same time. Perfect synchronization, like a signal had been given. I backed away slowly. "What do you want?" I whispered. The radio answered instantly. "We don't want," it said. "We observe." The elevator and the camera feed began moving, but not down, Not up, sideways, through space that didn't exist. The hallway on screen bent slightly as it moved, like reality itself was adjusting around it. I grabbed the edge of the desk. My hands were shaking now, because I realized something I didn't want to admit. The elevator wasn't part of the building anymore. It was part of the surveillance, part of what was watching, and what was being watched. The silhouettes on the camera all turned their heads slightly, not toward the elevator now, toward the camera, toward me, every single one, in perfect unison. My breath stopped, because I knew they shouldn't be able to do that. Not all at once. Not like this. The voice returned again. Soft, almost gentle. You're inside the loop now. I stepped back slowly. No, I said. I'm outside. I'm in the control room. Silence. Then the voice responded. There is no outside. The camera feed suddenly zoomed in by itself. No input. No control. Just focus. Straight onto one silhouette. Closer than the others. And I saw something I wish I didn't. It looked like me. Not fully, but enough. Same posture. Same stillness. Same hesitation in the way it stood. And then it lifted its head slightly, looking directly into the camera. Into me. My hands went numb. I stumbled back from the monitors, but the voice didn't stop. You've been watching us for a long time, it said. I shook my head. No, I whispered, I just started. But I stopped, because I suddenly couldn't remember when I started watching, or if I was always watching, or if I was the one being recorded first. The screens flickered again, and for a brief moment, every silhouette in the hallway moved one step closer, at the same time, then stopped again, waiting. The elevator on the feed opened fully now, and the number above it, 13, stopped blinking. It stayed solid, permanent, like it had finally locked into place. The voice spoke one last time. You can stop watching now. I froze. What happens if I do? I asked quietly. A pause. Then the answer came. Then you'll understand why we never stopped looking back. The screens all went black at once. Silence filled the room. But I didn't move, because I could still feel them. Not on the screens anymore. Not in the hallway, but somewhere closer. Like the building itself had finally turned its attention inward. And I wasn't sure anymore whether I was watching the hotel, or if it had started watching me from inside my own reflection. He checked in at 3:00 a.m. One night stay. Room 312. Cash payment. No ID scan that fully worked. And the strangest part, he never blinked at the price. Most guests complain at that hour, ask questions, look tired. But this man, he just slid the money across the counter like he already knew I would accept it. I still remember his face clearly. Not because it stood out, but because it didn't. It felt incomplete, like my brain couldn't hold onto all of it at once. I handed him the key card. Checkout is 11 a.m. tomorrow, I said automatically. He nodded once, slow, and said something I still think about every time I close my eyes. I won't need long. At the time, I thought he meant he was just tired. Now I'm not so sure what he meant, because he never left the room. Not once, not even at checkout time. At 11 a.m., housekeeping knocked. No answer. At 1 p.m., they knocked again. Still nothing. But the strange part was this. The do not disturb sign appeared on its own. No one put it there. No one entered. It just appeared. That was the first time I felt something was wrong. I checked the system. Room 312, occupied. Guest name, blank. That should not happen. Every guest has a name. Even fake ones get logged as something. I called housekeeping again. Did you see him leave? I asked. The cleaner hesitated. No, sir, she said. We never saw him come out. That didn't make sense, because room service also reported something worse. They left breakfast outside the door. It disappeared, but no tray was ever returned. No footsteps, no sound, just empty hallway again. At first, I thought maybe the guest was just very private. We get those sometimes. But then the pattern started. Day 2. Still in the room. No movement on camera. But the door sensor showed activity. Not opening. Not closing. Just presence. Like something was standing behind it without ever crossing the threshold. On day 3, I decided to check myself. I stood in front of room 312. The hallway was quiet. Too quiet. Even the AC hum felt softer near that door. I knocked once. No answer. I knocked again. Still nothing. Then I pressed my ear against the door. At first, silence. Then, breathing. Very faint. Slow. Too controlled. Not like sleep. Not like waking. Like someone was holding their breath without ever letting it fully go. I stepped back immediately, because something about it felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain. I radioed maintenance. Open the room, I said. They arrived 10 minutes later. 2 guys, confident at first, joking even, until they unlocked the door. That's when the joking stopped, because the room was perfect. Too perfect. Bed untouched. Curtains exactly aligned. No luggage. No signs of use. But the system still said, occupied. One of the maintenance guys frowned. Maybe he snuck out, he said. But then we saw the sink. Water droplets. Fresh. Still forming. Like someone had just used it seconds ago. The second maintenance guy stepped closer. Where is he then? He asked quietly. No one answered, because the answer didn't make sense. He was either inside the room, or nowhere at all. We checked under the bed, closet, bathroom, nothing, but the air in the room felt heavy, like it was already being shared with someone we couldn't see. Then the first maintenance guy said something that made my stomach tight. There's no checkout record, he said. I looked at him. What do you mean? He showed me the system. No checkout entry. No movement log. Nothing. Just continuous occupancy for 72 hours. But the guest had never been seen leaving. Never seen entering again. Like he existed only as a permanent condition. That's when I noticed something else. The bed sheets. They were slightly indented. Not from lying down. From sitting. Upright. Always upright. Like someone had been sitting there, watching the door. Waiting. I stepped out of the room quickly. Something about being inside felt wrong. Like the room was aware of us observing it. That night I stayed on shift late. I kept checking room 312's feed. Still nothing. No movement. But the camera lens started fogging slightly. Inside the room. Even though the AC was normal. Even though nothing should have caused condensation. Then around 2, 7:47 a.m. the feed flickered. Just once, and in that flicker, I saw him, sitting on the bed, perfectly still, facing the camera. No movement, no blinking, just watching. I froze. My hand tightened on the desk. "Did anyone else see that?" I whispered. The security guard beside me leaned in. "I didn't see anything," he said. I rewound the footage, frame by frame. Nothing. Empty room again. But my heart was already racing, because I knew what I saw. I just didn't know why no one else did. The next morning, housekeeping refused to go near the room. I asked why. One of them finally spoke. Her voice was low. "Sir, that room feels like it's already occupied, even when it's empty." That sentence stuck with me, because it explained something I didn't want to understand. The room didn't feel like it had a guest. It felt like it had kept one. On day 4, I made a decision. I went inside alone. No maintenance. No security. Just me. I opened the door slowly. Room 312 was exactly the same. Still clean. Still untouched. But colder now. Much colder. I stepped inside carefully. My shoes made almost no sound. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence in the room wasn't normal silence. It was intentional, like the room was holding back sound. I walked to the bed. Nothing. No one there. I checked again. Bathroom. Closet. Everything empty. But then I noticed the mirror. It was slightly fogged. Inside. Not outside. I stepped closer slowly. My reflection looked normal at first. Then it blinked. Before I did, I stepped back immediately. My breath caught. "No," I whispered. I turned around fast. The room was still empty, but I felt it now. The presence. Not behind me. Not beside me. Everywhere. Then the TV turned on by itself. Static first, then a clear image. The hotel lobby. My shift desk. From a different angle. But I wasn't there. The camera showed the desk empty, as if I had already left, or never existed in that position at all. Then a voice came through the TV. Calm. Soft. Familiar. "I paid for more than one night," it said. My blood went cold. I stepped closer to the screen. "Who are you?" I asked. Silence. Then, "You already checked me in." The screen flickered, and for a second I saw it. The man from 3 a.m., still sitting on the bed. But now he wasn't in the room. He was behind me. I turned instantly. Nothing. Empty space. But the TV spoke again. 72 hours is just the minimum. The screen went black, and the room felt different now, like it had decided something about me. The next morning, room 312 was empty. Completely. But the system still showed occupancy. And the key card I had used was missing from the desk. No checkout record. No trace. Just one line added to the system log. Extended stay confirmed. And I swear, every time I walk past that room now, I feel like someone inside is still deciding how long I'm supposed to stay. It wasn't supposed to be moving. That's the first thing I said when housekeeping called me again, because the Do Not Disturb sign on room 312 had flipped. Again, but no one had entered the room. No one had even touched the door since yesterday. I walked down the corridor myself this time. Slow steps, trying to convince myself it was just a loose hook, just cheap hotel plastic, just normal. But when I reached room 312, I stopped, because the sign was already facing me. Red side out. Do not disturb. I touched it. It was warm. Not slightly warm. Noticeably warm. Like it had been held recently. I pulled my hand back immediately. My stomach tightened, because that meant one thing. Something was inside the room, or something had been inside it very recently. I knocked once. No answer. I knocked again. Still nothing. But I didn't walk away this time, because I noticed something else. The door handle was slightly tilted downward. Not locked. Not secure. Just resting, like someone had let go of it seconds ago. I called housekeeping again. Did anyone go inside today? I asked. The voice on the other end hesitated. No, sir, she said. We haven't opened it since yesterday. That should have ended it. But it didn't, because the sign flipped again, right in front of my eyes. Slow, careful, like something on the other side of the door was rotating it from inside. I froze. My hand stayed near the door but didn't touch it. And then, a faint sound came from inside the room. Not a bang, not a crash, just fabric shifting, like someone had turned in bed. But that was impossible. The room was supposed to be empty. I stepped back slowly. My radio crackled immediately. Sir, housekeeping again. We just checked the system. I pressed the button. Yes. Her voice dropped. Room 312 still shows occupied. My throat went dry. That's impossible, I said. But even as I said it, I knew something was wrong. Because occupancy wasn't just a system error. It was persistent. Like something was refusing to leave the record. I called maintenance. 2 guys came up within minutes, both confident at first, until they saw the sign. The younger one frowned. That's weird, he said. Why is it flipped again? I didn't answer. I just stepped aside. Let them check it. The older one reached for the sign, and the moment his fingers touched it, he stopped, completely still. I noticed it instantly. What? I asked. He didn't respond. His eyes were locked on the sign. Then he whispered something, very low. It's not plastic. I stepped closer. What do you mean? He slowly pulled his hand back. The sign wasn't plastic anymore. At least not fully. The surface looked the same, but the edges looked softer, like paper soaked in heat, like it had memory now. The younger guy laughed nervously. You're overthinking it, he said. But he didn't touch it. No one did. The sign flipped again, slowly, from do not disturb to blank, just empty white. Then it flipped again, back, like it couldn't decide what it wanted to say. The older maintenance guy took a step back. I don't like this room, he said quietly. I didn't either, but I had to know what was happening. So I made a decision I regret thinking back on. I opened the door, slowly, carefully, no sudden movement, just enough pressure. The latch clicked, and the room opened. The first thing I noticed was silence. Not normal silence. Thick silence, like sound was being absorbed before it could exist. The room looked normal at first glance. Bed made, curtains closed halfway, light off, but wrong. Everything was too aligned, too perfect. like someone had measured the position of every object. The air felt colder than the hallway. I stepped inside. The maintenance guys stayed outside. I could feel it. They didn't want to follow. I checked the bed first. Sheets smooth. No wrinkles. But something was off. There was a faint impression in the center, like someone had been sitting there for a long time without moving. I leaned closer, and that's when I noticed it. The pillow had a slight indentation, facing the door, not lying down, sitting up, watching. I straightened immediately. My chest tightened. "No," I whispered. I checked the bathroom next. Empty. Sink dry. No signs of use. But the mirror had fingerprints. On the inside, not the outside. I froze. Slowly stepped back. "Did you see that?" I called out. No response. I turned toward the door. The maintenance guys were still there, but they were looking at something else now. The sign. It had flipped again, but this time it wasn't flipping normally. It was rotating faster than a human could do it, like something was holding it and twisting it repeatedly from inside the doorframe. "Do not disturb. No entry. Do not disturb. No entry." The words kept switching, like it couldn't settle on a reality. Then the sound inside the room changed. Footsteps. Slow. From the far corner. I stepped back instantly. My breath caught. One of the maintenance guys whispered, "We should close it." But before anyone could move, the footsteps stopped, right behind the door. I stared at it. The handle didn't move, but the pressure under it changed, like someone was standing there, waiting, listening. Then a soft voice came from inside the room. Not loud, not threatening, just calm. "You changed the sign again." My blood turned cold. The maintenance guy next to me stepped back quickly. "What did it say?" he whispered. I didn't answer, because I was looking at the handle now. It was slowly turning downward, from the inside, very gently, like someone was deciding whether to open it or not. The voice spoke again. "You keep forgetting the setting." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I asked quietly. Silence. Then, "I'm still staying." The sign flipped violently this time, slamming against the door frame. "Do not disturb. Do not disturb. Do not disturb." The maintenance guy grabbed my arm. "Close it," he said urgently. But I couldn't move, because the door wasn't fully open anymore. It was slowly closing by itself, from the inside, like something was pushing it shut while staying in the room. I stepped back fast. The maintenance guys pulled me away. The door shut fully. Click. Silence again. For a moment, everything felt normal. Too normal. Then I noticed something. The sign was still visible through the crack, and it was still flipping. But now it wasn't switching words. It was switching time. Morning, night, morning, night, as if the room couldn't decide how long it had been occupied. I backed away slowly. The maintenance guy whispered, "We need to report this." I nodded, but I couldn't stop staring at the door, because I realized something worse. The occupancy system wasn't wrong. The room wasn't empty. It was just never finished with whoever was inside. That night I checked the system again. Room 312, occupied. Duration, 72 plus hours. But underneath it, a new line appeared. added automatically, extended stay in progress. And I swear, when I walked past that corridor again later, the sign on the door was already facing me, waiting, already decided, already set. And this time, it wasn't flipping at all. It started with something small, too small to report. A made bed. That's it. Room 312. Every morning, the sheets were perfect. Tight corners, smooth surface, pillow centered exactly. Like a hotel commercial. But no one entered the room. No housekeeping. No staff. No keycard activity. Still, the bed reset itself. At first, I thought it was a mistake. Maybe someone forgot to log entry. Maybe night shift cleaned it and didn't update the system. Normal explanations. That's what I told myself. Until I checked the logs. No entry. No exit. No cleaning record. Nothing. But the bed was still being remade. Every single morning. Perfect. Like someone was practicing how to make a bed in the dark. And getting better at it. I decided to watch it myself. That's when I stayed overnight near room 312. Not inside. I wasn't that brave. Just outside the hallway camera feed. Waiting for something to move. At 3:12 a.m. nothing happened. At 4:00 a.m. still nothing. But at 5:43 a.m. the camera flickered. Just once. And when it came back, the bed inside room 312 was already made. I leaned forward immediately. Rewound the footage. Frame by frame. Nothing. Empty room. Static. Then suddenly, perfect bed. No transition. No movement. Like reality skipped the part where someone fixed it. My throat went dry. Because that shouldn't be possible. Even automated systems leave traces. Even robotic cleaners show motion. But this was instant correction. Like the room itself refused disorder. I called maintenance again. They stopped answering my calls about that room. That was new. Usually they joke. Now they were quiet. Avoiding it. Like the room had started spreading something. On the second night, I stayed closer. This time, I stood right outside the door. I wanted to catch it. Whatever was doing this. The hallway lights buzzed slightly. That low electrical hum you only notice when everything else is too quiet. I kept my eyes on the door handle. Nothing moved. No sound inside. No footsteps. Just stillness. Then I noticed something strange. The air under the door shifted. Not like wind. Like pressure changing. Like something inside had turned over in bed. Slowly, I stepped closer. Held my breath. And then, I heard it. The sound of fabric being pulled tight. Sheets stretching. Smoothing out. Not violently. Carefully. Like hands were pressing out every wrinkle one by one. I froze. Because I realized something horrifying. It wasn't just remaking the bed. It was rehearsing it. I knocked once. No answer. I knocked again. Then stopped. Because the sound inside stopped too. Like whatever was doing, it had frozen the moment it realized I was there. I whispered, "Who's in there?" Silence. Then, a small shift. Not a voice. Not a reply. Just movement. Slow. Measured. Like someone had turned their head toward the door. I stepped back immediately. My heart was already too loud in my ears. Then something unexpected happened. The door handle moved, not opening, just adjusting, like a grip from the inside. Testing weight, feeling resistance. I backed away further. My radio crackled in my hand. "Sir," security asked. I didn't respond. I couldn't, because I was watching the bed through the tiny gap in the curtain. And it was happening again. The sheets were smoothing themselves, even though I could see no one inside. No shadow, no movement, just invisible pressure shaping fabric into perfection. Like the room had memory of how things should look, and refused anything else. At exactly 6:00 am, the motion stopped, dead still. The bed was perfect again. But now I knew something worse. It wasn't random. It had a schedule. I reported it officially this time. Upper management finally came down. 2 supervisors, confident, dismissing it immediately. "Probably a cleaning mistake," one of them said. But I saw their eyes. They didn't believe that. We all entered the room together. Room 312. Same cold silence. Same perfect air. But the bed was already made. As always, one supervisor walked closer, touched the sheet, frowned. "This is too tight," he said. Then he pressed down, and his hand stopped. Mid-air. He pulled back slowly. "What?" I asked. He didn't answer, just stared at his fingers. There were faint impressions on them now, like the sheet had briefly held onto his skin. The other supervisor laughed nervously. "Stop messing around," he said. Then he reached for the pillow. And that's when it happened. The pillow shifted slightly. Not from his touch, from something underneath. All of us saw it. No one spoke. The pillow rose half an inch, then settled back, like something had just adjusted itself under it. Breathing space. One supervisor stepped back immediately. "Okay," he said, "we're done here." But I was, because I noticed something on the bed frame. A faint indentation, like someone had been sitting there, facing the door, waiting, not lying down, not sleeping, watching. The supervisors left quickly after that. No more jokes, no more explanations, just silence, and locked doors behind them. That night I stayed alone again. I couldn't stop. Something about the room was pulling me back, like I needed to understand it before it understood me. At 2:00 a.m., everything was normal. At 3:10 a.m., the hallway lights flickered. At 3:12 a.m., the air changed. I felt it instantly, like pressure dropped inside the corridor. I looked at room 312. The door handle was slightly angled down. Again, slowly, like something inside had just sat up. I stepped closer, my hand shaking slightly now. Then I heard it. Soft fabric movement. Sheets being pulled. Again, but this time, faster, more precise, like it knew it was being watched. I pressed my ear to the door, and I heard something I wasn't ready for. A voice. Calm. Close. Too close. "You're watching me remake it wrong." I pulled back instantly. My breath caught. "No one is inside," I whispered. Silence. Then, the handle turned slightly more, and the voice came again. Gentle, almost patient. "It resets every morning because you keep interrupting it." My mind went blank for a second, because that didn't make sense. I wasn't causing it. I was just observing it. But then I realized something worse. Observation might be part of it. I stepped back slowly, and as I did, the bed inside the room shifted again. Perfectly, instantly, like it had corrected itself just because I noticed it wasn't done yet. I backed away from the door completely. The hallway felt longer now. Too long, like the distance between me and the elevator had changed. Behind me, I heard one final sound. Fabric smoothing out. One last time. Perfect again. And this time, I understood something I wish I didn't. The room wasn't being cleaned. It was being reset for something that never stopped staying inside it. And I wasn't sure anymore if it was learning how to make the bed or learning how to keep me there next. It started as a whisper, not on camera, not in logs, but through the door. Room 312. Always room 312. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just a guest talking to himself. That happens sometimes. Lonely travelers, jet lag, stress. But this wasn't that, because there was something wrong with the timing. The voice came in pairs. Not arguments, not replies, just conversation rhythm. Like two people speaking at once, but only one person was registered inside. I stopped in front of the door, held my breath, and listened again. Soft voice, calm tone, then another voice. Softer, almost identical, but not quite, like a reflection speaking a fraction too late. I stepped closer, pressed my ear to the wood. That's when I heard it clearly. You shouldn't keep changing the arrangement. A pause, then another voice. I'm not changing it, it resets on its own. My skin went cold, because that second voice, that sounded exactly like the guest's recorded check-in audio. Same tone, same cadence, but that shouldn't be possible through a wall. I pulled back immediately, looked at the door handle. Still, no movement, but the conversation continued inside. Calm, every day, like two people sharing a room, discussing something normal. But nothing about room 312 was normal anymore. I called housekeeping first. Did you hear anything from that room? I asked. A long silence on the line. Then the voice replied, yes, sir, every night. That wasn't right. They're speaking, I asked. Another pause. Yes. I felt my stomach drop. She hesitated again, then corrected herself. One voice, sir. That didn't make sense. I walked away from the door slowly, but the voice followed. Not physically, but through the hallway air. It felt like it was leaking out of the room. Soft, controlled, like it was never meant to stay inside. The next night, I stayed near the corridor again. Security camera feed open. Audio monitoring active. I wanted proof. Something solid. At 1:47 a.m., nothing. At 2:30 a.m., still nothing. Then, at 3:12 m., the same time everything in this room always changed. The microphone picked something up. A voice. Clear. Too clear. You left the light on again. My hand froze on the desk, because that wasn't just a sound. That was directed, like someone was inside responding to a shared space. I checked the camera feed instantly. Room 312. Empty. Bed perfectly made. Curtain still. No movement. But the audio kept going. Another voice replied. calm, almost patient. It turns itself on when you watch. I stood up immediately. What? I whispered. The security guard beside me leaned in. What did it say? I didn't answer, because I was already replaying it. And I realized something worse. The voices weren't random. They were responding to observation. Like awareness itself was part of the conversation. I went to maintenance, told them we needed to open the room again. They refused. Not directly, just delays, excuses, shifting responsibility. No one wanted to touch 312 anymore. That's when I understood something. The room wasn't just strange. It was being avoided like it had rules. Rules no one wanted to break. I couldn't stop myself anymore. I went alone. Door 312. Same cold silence, but now different energy. Like the room was aware I was standing outside. I raised my hand, knocked once. Inside, the voices stopped immediately. Complete silence. That silence was worse than anything before, because it meant they knew. I whispered, "Who are you talking to?" No answer. Then, very softly, one voice returned. "You." My breath caught. I stepped back. "What do you mean, May?" Silence again. Then the second voice. "Calm. Direct. You've been part of it since the first night." My mind went blank for a second. I shook my head. "No," I whispered. "I only work here." The voice responded instantly. That's what the first one said too. My hands went cold, because that didn't feel like a metaphor. It felt like repetition, like something was cycling through people. I pressed my ear to the door again despite myself. Inside, the conversation continued, but now it felt different. Less like talking, more like testing. "You noticed the sign," one voice said. "Yes." "You checked the bed." "Yes." "You opened the room." A pause. Then, "Yes." My heart started pounding harder, because it was listening me, not asking, recording. The second voice spoke again. "You interrupt the reset cycle." I stepped back fast. "No," I said out loud. "I'm just observing." Silence. Then both voices, almost overlapping. That's what makes it continue. I froze. The hallway suddenly felt narrower. Too narrow. Like distance was shrinking around me. The door handle moved slightly. Just once. Then stopped. Like something inside had leaned closer. I backed away slowly. But the voice followed again. Not louder. Just closer. "You think the room is empty when you stop looking." My throat tightened. "What is inside?" I asked. A long pause. Then, a new sound. Not voice. Not speech. Breathing. Multiple rhythms. Overlapping. Like several people were trying to match each other but failing. Then one final line. Clear. Soft. Almost gentle. "There is only one guest registered." My stomach dropped, because I already knew that. But then the voice added, and it keeps correcting itself. I stepped back into the elevator immediately. My hands were shaking now. I didn't want to be near that door anymore. But even inside the elevator, I could still hear it faintly. Not through speakers, not through air, but inside my head. Two voices, still talking, still continuing. About me, about observation, about correction. That night I checked the system again. Room 312. Occupied. Guest ID invalid. But underneath it, a new entry appeared. One I didn't type. One I didn't authorize. Second participant DATCTED. I stared at it for a long time because I realized something I didn't want to accept. The room wasn't hosting conversations. It was building them. And I wasn't sure anymore if I was listening through the door or already answering from the other side. The moment the door opened, the room felt wrong. Not empty, not normal, just reset. Room 312 stood still in perfect silence. Bed made, curtains half drawn, air cold enough to sting my lungs. But there was no one inside. No guest, no shadow, no sign of life. Only that same impossible perfection. Like the room had just finished pretending. The maintenance team stepped back immediately. One of them muttered, "It's empty." But I didn't feel relief, because emptiness should feel light. This felt aware, like something had just stepped out of sight on purpose. I walked in first, slow, careful, every step louder than it should have been. The carpet felt softer than before, too soft, like it was absorbing pressure instead of resisting it. I checked the bed, perfect again, same tight corners, same untouched pillow, but now I knew what to look for. I pressed my hand into the mattress. It sank slightly. Warmth came back instantly. Fresh warmth, not stored heat. Recent. I pulled my hand back fast. My throat tightened. "This room was just used," I said quietly. One of the supervisors shook his head. "No one is inside." But I wasn't convinced anymore, because the room never matched what we saw. It matched what it wanted us to believe. I moved toward the bathroom. Empty. Sink dry. Mirror clean. Too clean. Then I noticed something strange. The mirror reflection was delayed. Just a fraction. My movement arrived first. My reflection followed after. I froze. "Did anyone else see that?" I asked. No answer, because no one was looking at the mirror anymore. They were looking at the CCTV monitor outside the room. The live feed. I turned slowly, and my stomach dropped, because the screen showed something I couldn't see inside the room. Movement. Subtle. Inside room 312. Not me. Not them. Something else. The camera angle showed the bed shifting slightly, like weight settling on it, then stopping. Perfect stillness again. I stepped closer to the monitor, rewound the footage, frame by frame. Empty room. Then, a shape, faint, sitting at the edge of the bed, but only for one frame. Then gone. I blinked hard. "What is that?" I whispered. The technician next to me shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "It's not in the room." But the footage didn't agree, because now the shape appeared again, closer to the door, standing this time, still, watching. No face, no details, just presence, like the camera was picking up something the eyes couldn't. I turned back toward room 312 immediately. The room looked unchanged, but I felt it now. That pressure, behind me, not in front. I stepped backward slowly, then stopped, because I heard it. Not through the room, not through the hallway, through the monitor speaker. A soft voice. "Calm. You opened it again." The technician looked at me. "What did it say?" I didn't answer, because the voice wasn't coming from inside the room anymore. It was coming from the feed, from the version of the room that only existed through cameras. I turned back to the screen. The image flickered, and for a second, the bed was no longer empty. It was occupied, something sitting perfectly still in the center, facing the camera, not moving, not reacting, just watching back. Then the image cut. Static filled the screen. A long, low noise like a breath held too long. The technician pulled the cable. "System glitch," he said quickly. But his voice wasn't steady. None of ours were anymore. I stepped back into the room. Empty again. But now I understood something worse. The room didn't stay consistent across perception. It changed depending on how you observed it. Inside, empty. CCTV occupied. Reflection delayed. Audio aware. It wasn't one reality. It was several, all layered over each other. And something was moving between them. The supervisor finally spoke. "We close it permanently," he said. But even as he said it, I noticed the door wasn't fully stable. It didn't sit straight anymore. It leaned slightly inward, like something behind it was still applying pressure. That night I stayed outside the room again. I shouldn't have, but I couldn't leave it alone, because something about the footage stayed with me. The way it looked back at the camera, like it knew exactly where it was being watched from. At 2:58 a.m., the hallway lights flickered. At 3:10 a.m., the air changed. At 3:12 a.m., I felt it again. That same shift, like the building inhaled slowly, then stopped. The door handle of room 312 turned slightly downward, just a few degrees. No sound, no movement around it, just intention. I raised my radio. Nothing came through. Static only. Then I heard it. From inside the room. Soft. Clear. "You're late tonight." My blood went cold, because I wasn't inside the room. But something was speaking to me as if I was. I stepped closer to the door. "Who are you?" I whispered. Silence. Then, the answer came. Calm. Familiar. The guest still inside. I stepped back immediately, because that phrase didn't make sense anymore. The room was empty. We confirmed it. We saw it. But the voice didn't care. It continued. "You keep opening it without finishing the stay." My hands started shaking. "This is impossible," I said. But the door handle moved slightly again, responding, like it disagreed. I turned toward the CCTV station outside. The technician was watching the feed again, his face pale. "Sir," he said slowly. I rushed over. On the screen, room 312, occupied again, but not in the same way. This time, the figure wasn't sitting. It was standing directly in front of the camera, too close, filling the frame. No features visible, just depth, like the image was collapsing inward. Then the feed spoke again. Not audio glitch, not interference. A voice, direct. "You never actually closed the door." I stepped back from the monitor, because I suddenly remembered something. When we opened the room earlier, no one checked if it stayed open. We assumed it did. But assumption doesn't matter in a place like this. Only state does. I turned toward room 312 again. Slowly, carefully, the door was closed now. Fully, perfectly, like it had never been opened. And for the first time, I realized something I didn't want to accept. We didn't clear the room. We only interrupted it. Inside, the silence felt heavier now. Not empty, not safe, just paused, like something was waiting for us to leave again. Then the last thing I saw, before I stepped away completely, was the CCTV screen behind me. The feed had switched itself back on, and room 312 was no longer empty. And this time, it was looking directly at the camera like it knew we had finally understood the wrong question. Not who is inside, but how long it has been watching us back. It started with one bag missing. Just one. At first, I didn't even think it mattered. In hotels, bags move all the time. Guests misplace them. Staff shift them. Someone forgets where they put things. But this one was different, because I knew exactly where I left it. The storage room was locked that night. I remember that clearly. I checked the key twice before I left. Old habit. Night shift makes you careful like that. You start trusting locks more than people. But in the morning, the red suitcase was gone. No broken lock, no forced door, nothing. Just empty space on the metal shelf where it should have been. I told myself it was misplaced. Simple mistake. Stress does that to you. So I checked the CCTV. That's when the feeling started. The footage showed me entering the storage room at 2:14 a.m. I placed the suitcase on the shelf. I locked the door. Then nothing. No one entered. No one left. But at 3:03 a.m., the suitcase just wasn't there anymore. It didn't roll, it didn't fall, it didn't get taken. It just stopped existing inside that room. I remember leaning closer to the monitor, my face too close to the screen, like that could help me understand it better. The supervisor laughed when I showed him. "Bro, you probably moved it and forgot," he said. But he wasn't there that night. He didn't see what I saw. And I didn't forget. I never forget where I put things. That was the first missing bag. After that, things got worse. Because the storage room started feeling wrong. Not in a dramatic way, not like ghosts or anything obvious. More like small inconsistencies. Like the air inside didn't match the air outside. Like time was slightly delayed in there. The second bag disappeared 2 nights later. Same shelf, same place, different guest. This time it was a black duffel bag. I didn't even notice it was gone until the guest came down asking for it. A young man, nervous, kept tapping his fingers like he was late for something important. "My bag," he said. "I left it here yesterday." I checked the logbook, checked the shelf, checked again. Nothing. So I did what I always do. I checked CCTV. And there it was again. Me, walking into the storage room at 1:58 a.m. Me placing the bag down. Me locking the door. And then the same gap. A blank stretch of time where nothing should have happened. But when I fast-forwarded the footage slowly, something new appeared. A shadow, not entering, not leaving, just inside, standing behind the shelf for a single frame. And then gone. My stomach tightened. I rewound it again. Slower this time. But the shadow didn't come back. Like it knew I was watching. The second bag also reappeared somewhere else. Not missing. Relocated. Down in the basement storage. We only found it because a janitor almost tripped over it near the boiler pipes. That shouldn't have been possible. There's no access route between those 2 rooms. None. I checked the building map myself. 3 times. There was no connection. No tunnel. No stairs, no service shaft. So how does a bag move from a locked room on the third floor to a basement that needs 2 key cards to enter? That night I didn't sleep. I stayed near the monitors, watching, waiting, telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. But hotels at night don't feel rational. They feel like something else pretending to be normal. At 2:00 a.m., the storage room camera flickered. Just once. A small glitch. But in that glitch, I saw movement. Too fast to understand. Like something crossed the frame, but didn't fully belong in it. And then it was gone again. The third bag disappeared on the fourth night. This time, I didn't even wait for the guest to complain. I went straight to the storage room. Keys in hand. Heart already heavy. The door was still locked. But when I opened it, I froze. Because the shelf wasn't empty. It had a bag on it. Not the missing one. A different one. A new one. Fresh. Still tagged. No one had checked it in yet. And I knew, without being told, that it hadn't been brought in by anyone I could explain. My hands started shaking slightly as I picked up the tag. It had a room number. Room 13. We don't have a room 13. We skip it in numbering. Always have. Every hotel I've worked at, they skip it. But here it was, printed clean, perfect, official. Like the system itself decided to create it. I checked the system. No booking. No record. Nothing. Still, the bag was physically there. Heavy, real. I shouldn't have opened it. But I did. Inside were clothes that didn't look new or old. They looked used by someone who didn't exist in my memory. And at the bottom of the bag, a hotel key card. Room 13. My name was printed on it. Not the hotel system name. My actual name. That was the moment my breathing changed. Slow. Careful. Like the air itself had become fragile. I put the bag back exactly how it was. Locked the storage room. Walked away. But something followed me that night. Not behind me. Not beside me. More like ahead of me. Waiting in places I hadn't reached yet. The next morning, another bag was gone. And this time I didn't check CCTV. Because I already knew what I would see. Me. Walking. Locking. And something else inside the frame that refuses to stay still long enough to be understood. The supervisor called me into his office after that. He looked tired. More tired than usual. "You're the only one working nights this week," he said. I nodded. He paused, then added, "So who else is accessing storage?" That question stayed with me longer than I expected. Because I didn't have an answer. Not one I could say out loud. That night, I stood outside the storage room for almost 10 minutes. Just listening. No sounds. No movement. But I felt it again. That strange pressure. Like something on the other side of the door was also standing still. Waiting for me to decide something. I finally unlocked it. Slowly. Carefully. The door opened with a soft click. And inside, every missing bag was back. All of them. Perfectly placed. Neatly arranged. Like nothing had ever happened. But I didn't move. Because I saw something new. A final bag. Sitting at the far end. Not tagged. Not logged. Just there. And as I stepped closer, I noticed the label stitched into its handle. It had my name again. But this time, it was spelled slightly wrong. Like something had tried to copy it from memory and failed halfway. Behind me, The storage room door slowly clicked shut on its own. Not slamming, just closing, carefully, like someone didn't want to scare me. And in that silence, I realized something I didn't want to understand yet. The missing bags were never gone. They were being moved, not through space, but through something that only looks like space when you're not paying attention. And I was starting to think the hotel wasn't losing luggage at all. It was collecting it for rooms that didn't officially exist yet, including one with my name on it. And somewhere deep in the building, something was already deciding what I would leave behind next. It happened at 2:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I was staring at the elevator panel when it happened, waiting for it to make sense. But it didn't. The elevator arrived empty. No sound, no footsteps, no warning chime. Just the doors sliding open like nothing was wrong. I stepped in anyway. That's the job. You stop questioning things after a while. You just follow procedure. I pressed B1 for basement. The doors closed. Normal. The elevator started moving down. Still normal. Until the first floor passed. Then the second. Then the basement indicator lit up. I exhaled slightly. But the elevator didn't stop. It kept going down. Past B1. Past the level that should exist. I frowned at the panel. There was no B2. No B3. The building blueprint ended at basement. That's it. But the display kept changing. B2. B3. B4. Like the building was pretending it had more depth than it actually did. I pressed the emergency stop button. Nothing happened. The elevator didn't even slow. It just kept descending. Smooth, controlled, like it had done this before. Like it was expected. That's when the light inside flickered once. Just once. But in that flicker, I saw something behind the reflection of the metal doors. A hallway. Not the elevator shaft. Not the building. A hallway that shouldn't exist at all. Long. Narrow. Lit with pale white lights that didn't match any wiring system I knew. And for half a second, I thought I saw someone standing at the end of it, watching. Then the light stabilized again, and the hallway was gone. Only my reflection remained. I laughed once under my breath, because sometimes your mind plays tricks on you during night shifts. It has to. Otherwise, nothing makes sense. The elevator finally slowed. Stopped. The panel blinked. B7. My stomach tightened a little at that. There is no B7. There is no B2 even. I should have felt fear. But what I felt first was confusion. Like my brain refused to accept the information. The doors opened. Cold air hit my face. Not basement air. Not building air. Something else. Drier. Older. Like air that hadn't moved in a long time. I didn't step out immediately. I just looked. And that's when I noticed the corridor again. The same one from the flicker. Except now it was real. Fully real. Stretching left and right into darkness that didn't behave like normal shadow. It felt layered. Like something was hiding inside the darkness itself, not behind it. The elevator dinged softly behind me. Once, as if reminding me I still had a choice. Go out, or go back. I should have gone back. But something about the hallway felt familiar in a way I couldn't explain. Like deja vu without memory. I stepped out. The floor was cold under my shoes. Too clean. Cleaner than any basement should ever be. No dust, no marks, no pipes. Just endless hallway and identical doors placed at exact distances. All numbered, but the numbers didn't make sense. I walked slowly, counting. Each door had a small plaque. B71, B702, B703. My brain tried to correct it, tried to tell me this was impossible architecture. But my legs kept moving anyway, like I was following instructions I didn't remember receiving. Then I heard it, a faint sound behind one of the doors, a soft dragging noise, like someone moving furniture slowly across tile. I stopped, held my breath. The sound stopped too. I stepped closer to the door, marked B704, put my ear against it. Nothing at first. Then a whisper. Not words. More like sound trying to become language. I pulled back immediately. My pulse jumped, because I realized something. The voice didn't sound like it was coming from inside the room. It sounded like it was coming from behind my ear. I turned sharply. No one there. Just empty corridor stretching both directions. Too symmetrical. Too perfect. That's when I noticed something else. Every door I passed now had a faint mark on it. Like handprints. Not on the outside. On the inside of the glass panel. As if someone had been inside the rooms, pressing outward. I swallowed hard. Told myself to go back. But when I turned around, the elevator was gone. Just gone. The wall behind me was solid now. No doors. No shaft. Nothing. My chest tightened. I walked faster, then slower, because the corridor started changing in subtle ways. At first it was small. A door slightly open where it was closed before. A light flickering that wasn't flickering earlier. Then the hallway got longer. I stopped walking for a moment, looked behind me. The distance I had already crossed was gone. The hallway had reset, like it was copying itself forward every time I moved. That's when I understood the title without wanting to. This wasn't a basement. It was a loop pretending to be a place that only existed while you were inside it. A thought hit me suddenly. If I stopped moving, would it stop too? I froze, completely still. No breathing, no step, just listening. The hallway stayed silent for a few seconds. Then something very soft happened. A door opened somewhere far ahead. Not forcefully, slowly, like it had been waiting for me to stop. And from inside that opening, I heard my own voice, calling my name, very softly, very calmly, like I was already there, waiting. My throat went dry immediately, because I wasn't speaking. I hadn't said anything, but the voice continued, repeating my name, over and over, getting closer. That's when I noticed something else. The doors around me were now slightly open too. All of them. Just a crack. Like they were breathing. I started walking again. Fast this time. Almost running. But every step made the hallway feel longer. Like it was expanding to match my panic. And the voice behind me changed direction. Now it wasn't ahead. It was everywhere. Inside the doors, inside the walls, inside the space between my thoughts. I stopped again at one door, B709. It was fully open. I don't know why I looked inside. Maybe curiosity, maybe exhaustion. Inside was a small security monitor room, exactly like mine. Same desk, same screens, same chair, but I was sitting in it. watching the hallway on the monitor. Calm, still, unblinking, my hands on the keyboard, typing something I couldn't see. I stepped back immediately, heart pounding, because I wasn't supposed to be in two places. That's not how reality works. But the version of me inside the room slowly turned its head and looked directly at me, through the screen, through the glass, through everything, and smiled. Not friendly, not human, just aware. The door behind me slammed shut, not loudly, precisely, like it knew timing mattered. The hallway lights dimmed, just slightly, enough to feel intentional, enough to feel like something was preparing the next step. And I realized something I didn't want to understand. This elevator didn't go down. It went somewhere that copies people until one version stays. And I wasn't sure anymore which version I was supposed to be. The voice of my name came again, right behind me this time, so close I could feel the breath of it. And when I turned, the hallway had changed again. Now there was only one door left, wide open, with a light inside, and from it I could hear typing. Slow, patient, like someone had already finished deciding what I would do next. It started with a tag that didn't belong to anyone. A simple paper label tied to a suitcase handle. Nothing strange at first glance, until I read the name. It wasn't a guest I knew, not someone checked in, not even someone in the system, but the name was written in perfect hotel formatting, printed, clean, official, like it had always existed. And that's what made my hands go cold, because I knew the bag. It had been missing for 2 days. Red suitcase, small crack on the corner, same one I reported. And now it was back in the storage room, with a new identity. I stood there for a long time just staring at it, waiting for my brain to catch up. Then I checked the system again. Nothing. No guest under that name. No booking, no record, no trace. But the suitcase was real. Heavy, physical, still slightly warm like it had been moved recently. That detail shouldn't matter. But it did, because cold objects don't feel like that. Not unless they were somewhere else. I called housekeeping. They came quickly. Too quickly. Like they already knew something was wrong. A young staff member picked up the suitcase tag first. Frowned. "This guest is still staying upstairs," she said. I looked at her. "Which room?" She checked her tablet, then paused. Her face changed slightly. "Room 312. I froze, because room 312 was occupied. I had checked that guest myself earlier that morning. Same name, same booking. Completely different person. Same room. 2 identities. That shouldn't happen. Not in any system. Not in any building. We brought the suitcase up to the front desk. I tried to keep my voice steady, but something inside me was already shaking. "Are you sure about the name?" I asked her. She nodded. "I saw them yesterday, same person." I opened the CCTV system immediately. Pulled footage from storage. 2:40 a.m. That's when it appeared. The storage room door opened by itself. No keycard swipe. No staff entry. Just open. The camera stayed still for a few seconds. Then the suitcase was inside. On the shelf. Already there. No motion of it being placed. No arrival. Just existence. I rewound it, frame by frame. And in one of those frames, I saw something else. A shadow behind the suitcase. not human-shaped exactly. Too still, too aware, standing close enough that it should have been caught clearly. But every time I paused the frame, the shadow changed slightly, like it didn't like being observed. I closed the laptop. My throat felt dry, because I realized something simple and terrifying. The bags weren't being stolen. They were being rewritten. That night, I stayed near storage again. I didn't trust the system anymore, or the doors, or even my own memory. At 1:55 a.m., the first suitcase label changed. I saw it happen in real time. No one touched it. No sound. No movement. The name just shifted. The letters rearranged themselves slowly, like ink deciding to become something else. I stepped closer, heart pounding. The old name disappeared completely, and a new one formed. This time, it matched a guest currently checked into room 407. I felt a cold wave move through my chest, because that guest was sleeping upstairs. I had seen him enter his room. I had logged him myself. So how was his name now on a bag in storage? I ran upstairs immediately. Room 407. Knocked. No answer. Again. Still nothing. I used the master key. The room was empty. Bed untouched. Lights off. But the strange part wasn't the emptiness. It was the silence. It didn't feel like someone had left. It felt like someone had never been there in the first place. I checked the booking system. Room 407, active. Guest present. Status checked in. But the room said otherwise. My hands started trembling slightly as I stood there, because now I couldn't trust either side. The system or reality. One of them was lying. Or worse, both were being edited. I went back down to storage. Faster this time. Almost running. And when I opened the door, I stopped. Every suitcase tag had changed. Every single one. Dozens of bags. Dozens of names. And not random names. Current guests. People still inside the hotel. Sleeping. Eating. Walking. But now assigned to luggage that had never belonged to them. I backed away slowly. My heel hit the door frame. A soft sound. But in that moment of silence, every tag in the room shifted again. Like they heard me. Like they were reacting. Then one bag fell. Not dropped. Not pushed. Just loosened from its place and landed softly on the floor. Its tag flipped upward. And I read the name. My name. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at it. Because I knew what it meant. The system wasn't just tracking guests anymore. It was assigning them. Reassigning them. Like people were items that needed labeling. And mine had finally updated. Behind me, the storage room door clicked shut on its own. Slow. Careful. Like it didn't want to disturb me too much. And then I heard it. A soft notification sound. From my pocket. My work phone. I pulled it out. Hands unsteady. A new entry had appeared in the system. One I didn't input. One I couldn't delete. It read, guest assigned to room 0. We don't have a room 0. We never did. But the status was active. And the location tag showed something impossible. Storage level. My breath slowed, because I was already standing there. And yet the system was saying I had been moved. Not checked in. Not logged out. Just reassigned. The suitcase on the floor shifted slightly. just enough to make the handle face me, like it was waiting. And in that quiet moment, I understood something I didn't want to understand. The hotel wasn't losing names. It was transferring them from people to objects. And once your name was on a bag, you weren't just a guest anymore. You were inventory. The storage lights flickered once, and in that flicker, I saw something behind the rows of suitcases. A figure standing perfectly still, not moving, not breathing, just watching. And this time, I wasn't sure if it was watching me, or reading my tag as it changed one last time. The first time I heard the humming, I thought it was the pipes. Old hotels always have sounds: water moving, metal settling, air trapped in walls that shouldn't exist. I told myself that. But this sound, it didn't feel like the building. It felt like something breathing through it. And the worst part is, it started right after the basement corridor lights turned on by themselves. No one switched them. No one even goes down there after midnight. Except me. Because I'm the one who checks things when guests complain, or when things disappear, or when luggage starts showing up where it shouldn't. Like it did this time. It started with one suitcase. A black one, scratched handle, no tag. It was sitting near the storage shelves when I did my midnight round. I remember thinking maybe housekeeping missed it. So I moved it back upstairs. 10 minutes later, it was gone. Not moved. Gone. The storage room door was still locked. My key hadn't left my hand. That should have been the first sign to stop going down there. But I didn't stop. Because the next morning, there were 3 suitcases. All of them in the basement. Not storage. Basement. And the lights were on. I remember standing at the top of the stairs, just staring down. That hallway shouldn't exist the way it does. On the building map, the basement is simple: boiler room, laundry pipes, maintenance corner. Nothing else. No corridor. No extension. No second passage stretching further than the eye should allow. But what I saw was a narrow hallway lit by flickering ceiling tubes, stretching too far to feel real. And along both sides, suitcases, stacked neatly, like someone was waiting for them to be claimed. I went down slowly. Every step felt heavier than the last, like the stairs were counting me back. The air changed halfway down. It got colder. Not normal cold, not basement cold. More like something had taken the heat out of the space and forgotten to give it back. When I reached the bottom, I noticed something else. The hum, soft, constant, like a distant generator, or hundreds of voices trying not to speak too loudly. I walked closer to the first stack of luggage. The suitcase on top had a tag. I turned it. My stomach dropped. It had a guest's name on it. A guest who checked out 2 days ago. I had processed the checkout myself. I remembered handing him the receipt. I remembered him smiling. But his suitcase was here now. And it was warm. Not physically warm like heat. Warm like it had been held recently. Like someone had just let go. I stepped back without meaning to. That's when I heard the first shift behind me. A suitcase moved. Just slightly. Not falling. Not sliding. Turning. I froze. The hallway lights flickered once. And in that flicker, I saw something that made my throat lock. Every suitcase was subtly shifting. Not all at once. Not violently. Just adjusting. Like they were waking up. I told myself it was vibration. Old building, old pipes, nothing more. But then the hum changed pitch. And I swear it sounded like my name. Not spoken, but formed. I backed away toward the stairs, but the corridor felt longer now, like the exit had moved further back without permission. That's when I noticed the second problem. The suitcases weren't random. They were organized by room number. I saw it clearly when I leaned closer again, against my better judgment. Stacks labeled 101 to 109 on the left, 110 to 119 on the right, and further down, numbers I didn't recognize at all, like 13B, like 0, like rooms that don't exist in any hotel system. I felt my phone in my pocket. I should have called someone, but the signal bar was gone. Not weak, gone, and the battery dropped from 74% to 19% in less than a minute. That's when I heard footsteps upstairs. Fast light. A maintenance worker, maybe. I shouted. No answer. Just the hum growing slightly louder. I rushed toward the stairs, almost slipping on the last step. When I reached the top, I looked back down instinctively, and I saw something that didn't make sense. One suitcase had opened, just a crack, and inside it there was light. Not from a phone, not from electronics. A soft pale glow like a hallway lamp, coming from inside the luggage. I didn't go back. I should have. I didn't. But I didn't leave either, because I made a mistake. I told the night supervisor. I told him everything. He laughed at first. Then he came down with me. We both stood at the top of the basement stairs. And I remember thinking, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I imagined it. Because the corridor was still there. But different. Cleaner. Straighter. Like it had been reset. The suitcases were gone. All of them. Only the hum remained. He walked down first. I followed. Halfway in, he stopped and said something I'll never forget. Why are there so many bags with my name on them? I looked, and my blood went cold, because every suitcase on the right side now had his name. Not the guest list name, his real name, the one only staff files contain. He backed away slowly. I never stayed here, he whispered. The lights flickered again, and for a split second, the corridor looked longer than before, like it had added space behind us, like something had rewritten its shape while we weren't looking. Then one suitcase, near the end of the hall, opened fully, and the hum stopped. Dead silence. That was worse, because silence meant something was listening now. From inside that open suitcase, I saw a reflection. Not mine. Not his. A third person standing behind us. But when I turned, nothing. Only empty hallway. And then the suitcases began to breathe. I don't know how else to say it. A slow rise and fall. Like lungs. Like something trapped learning how to use air. My supervisor ran. I didn't. I stayed frozen long enough to see one more detail. A new tag forming on a suitcase near my feet. Paper sliding out slowly, as if written from inside. And my name started appearing on it. Letter by letter. That's when I finally moved. I ran. Up the stairs. Through the storage room. I locked the door behind me. But even now I can hear it. The hum. From below. Growing clearer each night. And sometimes, when I check the basement cameras, the corridor is still there. But the suitcases are closer than before. As if they're waiting for the right moment to move upstairs. And last night, I saw something that made me stop breathing. One suitcase was no longer labeled with my name. It was labeled with Room 13. A room that doesn't exist. At least not on our floor maps. But I've started noticing something worse. Every time someone checks out now, their luggage doesn't go out. It goes down. And I don't know how long it will be before the basement runs out of space, or before it decides the hallway above is empty enough to start using instead. It started with a mistake in the logbook. One checkout. That's all it should have been. A simple name, a simple room closure, a clean exit. But when I opened the system the next morning, the same guest had checked in again. Same name, same room number, same timestamp. But this time, the arrival time was later than the checkout. Like the hotel had decided the guest never left. I stared at the screen for a long time, waiting for it to make sense. It didn't, because I remembered the checkout. I remembered handing the key card back. I remembered the room being cleaned. But the system didn't remember anything after midnight. And that was the first time I felt it clearly. The hotel was starting to overwrite us. Not destroy. Overwrite. Like a file being saved over an older version. I should have reported it. Instead, I went to the storage room. Because the luggage wasn't stopping. That's where it always began now. The storage room looked normal at first. Too normal. That's what made it worse. The silence was heavy, like it had been placed there on purpose. Then I saw it. A new suitcase. Sitting in the exact same corner, where nothing should have been placed overnight. Black clean, no scratches. Like it had never traveled. I checked the tag. My hand slowed without me telling them to. The name on it wasn't a guest I recognized. It was the night auditor. The one who checks all departures. The one who signs off on everything. But he wasn't scheduled last night. I turned the tag again. And the name changed. Just slightly. A letter shifted. Now it read my name. I stepped back so fast I hit the shelf behind me. Metal shook. A soft echo ran through the room. And then I heard something I never wanted to hear in a place like this. The printer. It was printing, even though no one was using it. I walked toward it slowly, every step feeling like I was entering something I shouldn't be part of. The paper came out in slow bursts. One sheet, then another, then another. I picked up the first page. It was a checkout record. Guest name unknown. Room 13. Status COMPLETD. But the timestamp. It was in the future. 10 minutes ahead of my current time. My mouth went dry. The second sheet came out before I could think. Same guest. Same room. But now the status had changed. REBOKD. I didn't understand that word in this context. Rooms don't rebook themselves. Guests do. Or systems do. But not rooms. Then the third page slid out. And my stomach dropped completely. Because this one didn't have a guest name. It just had a word printed in bold letters. Arrival confirmed. Behind me, something clicked softly. Like a door unlocking. I turned instantly. Nothing, but the storage room light flickered once. And in that flicker, I saw something I still can't explain properly. The suitcases were no longer just sitting. They were angled slightly toward me. Every single one. Like they had noticed I was there. I backed out of the room without turning my back fully. That's when I heard the front desk phone ring. Once, twice, then silence, then ring again. I ran. When I reached the front desk, the phone was still ringing. But the screen next to it showed no incoming call. No number. No source. Just line active. I picked it up and heard breathing. Not heavy, not fast, just patient, like whoever was on the other side had all the time in the world. I said nothing. I didn't even breathe properly. Then a voice came through. Soft, familiar. Too familiar. Room is ready. My grip tightened. Who is this? I asked. A pause, long enough for me to think it had ended. Then, you already know. The line went dead, and the system behind me made a sound. A soft notification tone, like a booking confirmation. I turned slowly toward the monitor. A new reservation had just appeared. No guest name, only a request. Room 13, 72-hour stay. My hands started shaking without permission, because that was the same pattern. Every anomaly led back to that number. But room 13 doesn't exist in our building. It never has. I pulled up the floor plan again. Nothing had changed. Still no 13. Still no extra corridor. Still no basement extension. But then I noticed something new. A faint outline on the digital map. A space that wasn't labeled before. It wasn't marked as a room. It wasn't marked as anything. Just a blank shape behind the elevator shaft. I felt my chest tighten, because I knew where that was. That was the place I had never been allowed to access. The maintenance panel behind the service elevator. The one that always felt colder than the rest of the building. I went there without thinking. Or maybe I did think. Maybe I just stopped caring about the difference. When I reached the elevator, it was already open, which was impossible. No one had pressed it. No one was inside. But the doors were waiting, like they had been opened for me specifically. Inside, the button panel looked normal, until I saw it. A new button, faint, almost invisible at first, marked 13. I didn't touch it, at least not right away. I just stared at it, trying to convince myself it was reflection, dust, damage. Then the elevator moved on its own, doors closing slowly, trapping me inside. I slammed my hand against the emergency stop. Nothing. The panel lights flickered, and the elevator began to descend. Past ground, past basement, past every level I knew. I pressed the button for basement manually. It didn't respond. The display changed instead. B1, B2, B3. Then it stopped and added one more line underneath. B unknown. That's when I realized something worse. The hotel wasn't just creating a floor. It was already using it. Because the moment the doors opened again, I heard it. The hum. Same sound from the basement corridor, but louder now, like I was closer to its source. The doors slid open, and I saw suitcases, not stacked, not waiting, moving, slowly shifting across a long corridor that looked too wide to exist in a building like ours. The walls were familiar, but wrong, like someone had copied them from memory and slightly misremembered the details. And every suitcase, every single one, had a tag. I stepped forward without meaning to, because I recognized the names. Guests who had already checked out. Guests who had left. Guests who were supposed to be gone. And then I saw something that stopped me completely. A suitcase near the center of the corridor. Fresh tag. Still printing. And the name on it was the hotel itself, as if the building had finally booked a room for what it was becoming. The hum deepened. The corridor lights flickered in a pattern that felt intentional now, like a signal. And for the first time, I understood what check-in really meant here. It wasn't guests arriving. It was something else registering them, claiming them, rewriting them into the system until they couldn't leave anymore. Behind me, the elevator door started to close again. Slow, patient, waiting, and I realized something worse than everything else so far. The system had already logged my entry. Room 13, 72-hour stay. Status active. The lights above me dimmed slightly, like the building was exhaling. And somewhere deeper in the corridor, a suitcase opened. Just enough for the glow inside to spill out again. Waiting, like it knew I had finally arrived. It started with ink. Not missing pages, not printer errors. Ink. The guest list was perfect when I printed it at 11:47 p.m. I remember because I checked it twice before locking the office. By morning, half the names were gone. Not crossed out. Not faded. Gone like they were never written at all. And the strangest part, the paper didn't look damaged. It looked corrected, like the hotel itself had decided those guests never existed. I stood in the manager's office holding that sheet for a long time, feeling something cold spread through my chest. Because I recognized one of the missing names. A man who checked in yesterday. Room 13. I remembered him clearly. Tall, quiet, no luggage except a small black bag. He didn't speak much at reception, just nodded once and went up. But now, his name wasn't on any record. Not the printed sheet. Not the digital system. Not even the backup file. I opened everything. Every log. Every archive. Every night audit report. Nothing. It was like the system had learned how to erase memory itself. That's when I first thought of the word I didn't want to think. Rewrite. I went straight to front desk. The night staff were already there, tired faces, half-awake movements. Everything looked normal from a distance. But normal doesn't survive long in this hotel. Did anyone check out room 13 last night? I asked. The receptionist looked up slowly. Room 13 doesn't exist, sir. I laughed once. A small reflex, not humor, just disbelief. It did yesterday, I said. I checked it in myself. That made her pause. Not confusion. Fear. She pulled out the system screen. Scrolled. Stopped. Then scrolled again. I leaned closer and felt my stomach drop. There was no room 13 in the system. Not even an empty slot. As if the number had never been assigned in our entire building history. But I knew it had. Because I remembered the key card. The silver one, with the faint scratch near the magnetic strip. I remembered handing it over. I remembered the elevator doors closing behind him. And I remembered something else I didn't want to trust. The feeling that the hotel had watched him go up. Like it was waiting for that exact moment. Print the guest list from last night, I said. The receptionist hesitated. But she did it. The printer whirred softly. That familiar sound again. Paper slid out. One sheet. Then another. I grabbed the top page immediately. Names were there. All of them. Correct. For 1 second, relief almost reached me. Then I looked again, and the names began to shift. Right in front of me. Not fading. Not disappearing. Rearranging. Like the paper was rewriting itself while I was holding it. I stepped back instinctively. The receptionist saw my face and whispered, "Sir, what is happening?" I didn't answer. Because I saw it now. Every name on the list was slowly being replaced with new ones. Names I didn't recognize. but all of them had something in common. They were incomplete, missing letters, broken spellings, like the system was trying to remember people it had never fully understood. Then I noticed something worse. At the bottom of the list, a new line was forming. Not typed, not printed, appearing. Room assignments were updating themselves, without input, without command, and one line was forming faster than the rest. Room 13 active. My hands went cold, because I hadn't touched the system. No one had. And still, the hotel had accepted something. I rushed to the security office. I needed footage. Something real. Something that couldn't rewrite itself. The guard was already asleep at the desk. I woke him. Hard. He jumped, confused, but followed me to the monitors. "Show me last night," I said. He rewound the footage. Fast, then slower, then normal speed. We watched guests move through the lobby. Check-ins, check-outs, normal flow. Until 1:13 a.m. That's when the footage flickered. Just once. Not like a glitch. Like a blink. And when it returned, one person in the lobby was gone. Not walking out. Not fading. Just missing from the frame entirely. The guard leaned closer. What the hell? He stopped. Because it happened again. Another guest. Gone. And another. Each disappearance matched a time stamp exactly 1 minute apart. I felt my throat tighten. "Pause it," I said. He did. The frame froze. And that's when I saw it. In the corner of the lobby mirror reflection, something was standing. Not in the room. Only in reflection. Tall. Still. Watching. But when we turned to look directly at that corner, nothing. Just empty tiles. The guard stepped back. "That's not possible." I didn't respond, because my eyes were already locked on something else. The system log running beside the footage. It was updating in real time. New entries appearing every few seconds. Guest check-ins. Room assignments. Checkouts that hadn't happened yet. And every single one pointed to the same room. Room 13. I left the security room without explanation. I didn't run. I walked too fast for someone trying not to panic. Because something was forming in my mind I didn't want to accept. The hotel wasn't losing guests. It was selecting them. I went back to front desk. The receptionist was gone. Just empty chair. Her computer still on. Screen blinking slowly. I stepped closer and saw her login still active. But her name had changed to someone else. Someone I knew. A housekeeper who wasn't scheduled tonight. I turned slowly toward the elevator because I suddenly remembered something I had ignored. Every disappearance, every missing name, every corrupted record, it always followed the same path. Lobby, elevator, upper floors, room 13. I pressed the elevator button. Nothing. Then without warning, the doors opened. No sound. No arrival chime. Just silence. Inside it was empty. But the floor indicator already showed movement. Going up, even though no one was inside. I stepped in, against every instinct screaming not to. The doors closed behind me. And the moment they did, the screen above changed. Floor 1, floor 2, floor 3. Then stopped, paused, and added something new. Unlisted floor. My reflection in the elevator doors looked wrong. Not distorted. Delayed. like it was reacting half a second after me. I lifted my hand. The reflection didn't move immediately. Then it smiled, even though I didn't. The elevator started moving downward, but the display showed upward motion, two directions at once, like the building couldn't decide where I belonged. Then the lights flickered, and in that flicker, I saw something written faintly on the elevator wall. Not scratched, not painted, forming. Room 13 welcomes those who remain in the system. My breath stopped, because I realized something I had refused to see from the beginning. This wasn't a missing guest list. It was a growing one, and I was already inside it. The elevator slowed. The doors began to open, and before I even saw what floor I had reached, I heard it. The printer sound again. Soft, patient, like the hotel was preparing the next version of reality. And somewhere beyond the doors, my name was already waiting to be removed. The first gap in the footage wasn't even supposed to exist. Just a blink. One missing minute. That's what it told me. A glitch, a corrupted frame, nothing serious. But I've watched enough security system to know something simple when I see it. And this wasn't simple, because in that missing minute, someone entered the hotel, but they never came out. I rewound it again. Slow this time. Lobby camera, 2:14 a.m. A guest walks in. Mid-height dark jacket, small bag. Normal. He pauses at reception. Speaks to no one I can hear. Then he turns toward the elevator. And right at 2:15 a.m., the screen freezes. Not pauses. Freezes like the footage forgot how to move forward. Then, black frame. 1 full minute gone. When the video returns at 2:16 a.m., the lobby is empty. No guest. No movement. No sign he was ever there. I leaned back in my chair, trying to slow my breathing. Because the system didn't just lose him. It removed him. And that's different. That's intentional. I called security immediately. Pull all cameras, same timestamp, 2:14 to 2:20. The guard hesitated. Sir, there's something wrong with that time block. That sentence made my stomach tighten, because I already knew. We opened the second feed. Elevator camera. Same guest enters frame. Same moment. Same direction. But here the problem. The elevator doors never open for him. They open before he presses the button. Like the building was waiting. Like it recognized him. He steps inside. The doors close. And at 2:15, the footage glitches again. But this time it's not black. It's something worse. The elevator camera still shows movement, but the lobby camera shows nothing happening at all. Two realities. One guest. And then, a new detail appears that I swear wasn't there before. On the elevator feed, the floor indicator skips. 1, 2, 3. Then jumps directly to basement. But the building doesn't have a direct descent like that. At least not on any official system. The guard leaned closer. That's impossible. The elevator is restricted from B3. I didn't respond, because I was watching something else. The guest inside the elevator doesn't move. He just stands there. Still. Too still. Like he's listening to something we can't hear. Then the camera flickers. Just once. And in that flicker, he's gone. Completely. Not exiting. Not fading. Not walking out. Just removed. Like the frame deleted him mid-existence. The guard swore under his breath. Okay, that's not a glitch. No, it was, because glitches don't choose patterns. But this did. I pulled up more footage. Different cameras, different angles, same time window. And every single one showed the same thing. Guest enters hotel. Guest approaches elevator. Footage skips. Guest never exists again. Room assignments began to update in real time. One by one. Rooms filling without arrivals recorded in the system. Like occupancy was being generated from nowhere. I felt something cold build in my chest, because I started noticing a pattern inside the pattern. Every missing guest, every skipped frame, every erased minute, they all aligned with one destination. Room 13. The guard noticed it too. He pointed at the screen. Sir, look at the last 3 entries. I looked, and my breath stopped. 3 guests, same floor path, same timestamp gap, same result. But the system didn't just remove them. It reassigned them. All 3 now listed as internal transfer, room 13. I stood up too fast. Chair scraped behind me. Show me basement cameras, I said. The guard hesitated again. Those are offline after midnight. Maintenance protocol. Just show me. He did. Static. Then image returns. Basement corridor. Empty at first. Too clean. Too quiet. But I noticed something immediately. The lighting was different. Brighter than before. Almost staged. Like the space had been prepared. Then I saw it. Suitcases. Not stacked randomly. Arranged. Neatly. Too neatly. And each one had a faint glow coming from the tag area. I stepped closer to the monitor. Zoomed in. My stomach tightened again. Because the tags were updating themselves. Live. Names appearing without human input. New arrivals. But there were no arrivals logged. And yet the system insisted otherwise. The guard whispered, "That's impossible. No one goes down there anymore." I didn't answer, because I saw movement on the feed. A suitcase shifted slightly. Then another. Not random. Not wind. Coordinated. Like something underneath them was breathing in rhythm. And then, a flash in the footage. Just one frame. But enough. Enough for my brain to register something I wish it hadn't. A shadow standing at the end of the basement corridor. Still, watching the camera. Not moving. Not reacting. Just present. I rewound immediately. Frame by frame. But it was gone. No shadow. No figure. Nothing. I turned to the guard. "Did you see that?" He shook his head too fast. "No, sir, nothing was there." But his voice didn't match his words, because I saw his eyes. He saw it too. We just weren't supposed to admit it. The system beeped suddenly. New alert. Automatic log update. I read it slowly. Room 13 occupancy increased. Current status, active intake. My mouth went dry. Active intake, I repeated quietly. The guard swallowed. That's not a real status. But it was on the screen. Right there. Bright, clean, undeniable. Then the worst part happened. The footage didn't skip this time. It didn't glitch. It didn't disappear. It changed. On screen, a guest appeared in the basement corridor. One I recognized. Front desk staff. The same receptionist who checked in earlier shifts. She was walking. Slow. confused, looking around like she didn't remember how she got there. The guard jumped up. That's impossible, she's upstairs. But the screen didn't care. She moved deeper into the corridor. Suitcases shifted slightly as she passed, like they were reacting to her presence. Then she stopped, turned toward the camera, and for a second, she smiled. Not at us, at something behind us. The guard spun around instantly. Empty room. No one there. When I turned back to the screen, she was gone. Not walking away. Not fading. Gone mid-frame. And the suitcases all stopped moving at once. Complete stillness. Then the system updated again. One new line appeared. Guest confirmed. Reception transferred. I felt my legs weaken slightly. Because there was no transfer process. There was no elevator. No access point. Nothing. Just disappearance. And acceptance. Like the building was swallowing people and updating the records afterward. The guard stepped back slowly. "Sir, what do we do?" I didn't answer right away, because I realized something I hadn't admitted yet. We weren't investigating missing guests. We were watching them being processed, in real time, through a system that no longer needed permission. The monitor flickered again, one final time, and this time, a new camera feed opened automatically, one that didn't exist in our system yesterday. Labeled simply, Room 13, Internal View. The screen was dark at first. Then slowly, it lit up, and I saw a room. Not empty, not destroyed, occupied by something I couldn't fully see. Only movement. Slow, patient, like something adjusting itself to being inside space for the first time. And then, a reflection appeared in the mirror inside the feed. A person, standing, watching, and I recognized the shape immediately. It was me, but I was still standing in the control room, behind the camera, behind the glass, still breathing, still real. At least I thought I was. The guard said my name softly, but I didn't respond, because the system on the screen updated one last time. New guest detected. Room 13. Assigned manager. And somewhere deep in the building, an elevator began to move without being called. It started in the staff room with a simple question. Did you serve room 312 last night? I looked up from the counter logbook. The fan above us was making that slow clicking sound again. Same rhythm, same tired air, nothing strange. But the question didn't feel normal, because the guy who asked it, Arif, wasn't joking. He was staring at me like I had the answer already. I shook my head. No guest in 312. It was empty. That should have ended it. But it didn't. Arif leaned closer. His voice dropped. That's not possible. I took their order myself. The room went quiet. Even the fan sounded louder after that. I remember thinking maybe he was just tired. Night shift does that to people. Makes you see movement where there isn't any. Hear names that were never called. But then Sana spoke from the corner. I cleaned that room. We all turned toward her. Her hands were still wet. She hadn't even dried them properly. She looked confused more than scared. There were 2 suitcases and a blue jacket on the chair. Someone was definitely staying there. My stomach tightened a little, because I knew what the system said. No booking, no check-in, nothing. I opened the register again just to be sure. Room 312, vacant, not assigned. I showed them. Arif didn't even look at the paper. That's wrong, he said quickly, too quickly. I delivered food there at 1:40 a.m. A man opened the door. Sana nodded immediately, like she was confirming her own memory. Yes, I saw him too, tall guy. Quiet, he didn't speak. That's when the first real silence fell. Not normal silence. The kind that feels like someone else is in the room with you. I checked the CCTV system right away. My hands moved faster than my thoughts. Footage for 312 hallway, 1:30 to 2:00 a.m. The screen loaded. At first everything looked normal. Empty corridor, dim lights, slight flicker near the elevator. Then Arif pointed. There, pause there. I froze the frame. Nothing. Just an empty hallway. He leaned in harder. No, go back 5 seconds. I did. Still nothing. Sana stepped closer now, breathing slower. But I remember the tray. I remember knocking. Arif nodded again. He answered. I remember his voice, low, like he was sick. I rewound again. Still empty. No door movement, no shadow, no tray, no guest. Only the corridor light humming like it always did. But the problem wasn't what we saw. It was what they both remembered. Because they weren't guessing. They were sure. And that's when I noticed something small. A detail in Arif's face. Sweat. But not normal sweat from work. Something deeper. Like his body was reacting to something his mind couldn't prove. Sana suddenly whispered, I think I saw his face properly. Arif looked at her fast. What face? She hesitated. That hesitation made my chest tighten. I don't know, she said slowly. I can't remember it clearly now. That was worse than anything else. Because memories don't usually fade in real time. Not like that. Not while you're still talking about them. I closed the CCTV window and opened another angle. Same corridor, same time range, different camera. Still nothing. But then Arif said something that made my skin go cold. It wasn't just last night. I looked at him. What do you mean? He swallowed hard. I've been serving that room for 3 days. Sana shook her head immediately. No, I've been cleaning it since Monday. They both stopped, looked at each other, slowly, like they were hearing a lie, but couldn't tell whose. Then Arif said the sentence that broke everything open. I thought you were the one replacing the sheets every morning. Sana froze. I thought housekeeping stopped going there after the first day, she replied. And suddenly, both of them looked at me. Like I was the missing piece. But I was. I checked everything again. Booking system, staff logs, room keys. Nothing. No guest, no service requests, no cleaning reports. Just an empty room that everyone somehow remembered differently. And the worst part, each memory had details. Too many details. Food orders, bed sheets, conversation, smells. Even laughter. I leaned back in the chair, trying to steady myself. Because I started to feel it too. A soft pressure in my mind. Like something was trying to push an image into place. A man sitting near the window of 312. But I had never seen him. Had I? I blinked hard. The image stayed for half a second too long. Then disappeared. Sana broke first. I need to check the room again. Arif stood up immediately. No, I'm not going near it. That surprised me. Because Arif was never the scared one. He was the one who joked during night shifts, the one who went alone to fix jammed elevators. But now his hands were shaking. I saw him, he whispered. I talked to him. He looked at me again, but I don't remember what we talked about. That sentence changed the air. Because forgetting something you experienced is not normal. Not in pieces like that. I stood up slowly. We go together. Sana nodded too quickly. Arif hesitated, then followed anyway. The corridor outside the staff room felt longer than usual. Or maybe I just noticed it more now. Every step made the building sound slightly wrong, not louder, not echoing correctly. Like the walls were not agreeing with us. We reached 312. Door closed. No sign of movement. But something about it felt occupied. Sana raised her hand toward the handle. Stopped. Looked at me. I don't think we should open it. Arif shook his head. It's empty, it has to be. But his voice didn't match his words. I took the key card, and I swiped. The light turned green. The lock clicked. For a moment, nothing happened. Then something inside the room shifted. Not loud, not dramatic, just a soft movement, like fabric dragging across the floor. Sana stepped back instantly. Arif whispered, "Did you hear that?" We all did, but we weren't supposed to, because the room was supposed to be empty. I pushed the door open slowly. The air inside felt colder than the hallway. Not temperature cold, something else, like the room had been waiting too long without breathing. The bed was made perfectly, too perfectly. The sheets were smooth, no wrinkles, no signs of use. But there was a glass on the table, half full, still wet on the outside, as if someone had just touched it. Arif stepped in first, then stopped. His eyes widened slightly. "There," he whispered. I followed his gaze. The chair near the window. It moved, just a little, a slow, almost patient shift, then stopped again. Sana grabbed my arm, tight. "I swear it wasn't like this yesterday," she said. Arif didn't answer, because he was staring at the mirror. And so was I. For a second, I thought I saw someone standing behind us. Not reflected clearly, just implied. A shape that didn't stay still long enough to confirm. I turned fast. Nothing. Empty room. But the air felt wrong now. Heavier, like the room had accepted us. Arif stepped backward slowly. "I'm done," he said. "I'm not coming back here." And then he did something strange. He looked at the bed again and whispered, "He's still here, isn't he?" Sana shook her head. "No one is here." But her voice didn't sound certain anymore, because now even she wasn't trusting her own memory. And that's when I noticed something on the floor. A small piece of paper. I picked it up. It was a guest card. Blank, except for one thing. A name slowly appearing on it, like it was being written right now. Arif leaned in, then stepped back fast. "That's my handwriting," he said. But I knew something worse, because I had seen that name before. In a memory I couldn't fully trust anymore. And the worst part, I wasn't sure if I had just remembered it, or if the room had just given it back to me. Behind us, the door clicked, softly, like someone had just closed it from the inside. We shut down 3 floors that night. Power off, access locked, systems frozen. At least that's what we thought we did. But the hotel didn't stop breathing. It just changed how it moved. I remember standing in the security room, staring at the booking system. The screen flickered once, then refreshed on its own. A new reservation appeared. Room 402. No name, no contact, just a timestamp. 2:14 a.m. Arif leaned over my shoulder. "That's impossible. The system is offline." I didn't answer, because my eyes were already on the next line. Another booking. Room 503. Same timestamp. Same silence. Sana stepped back from the desk like it was getting too close to her skin. "We shut everything down," she whispered. "I saw you pull the main switch." I did. I remember it clearly. The whole panel went dark. But now the screen was alive again, glowing softly like nothing had happened. And the worst part, the bookings weren't slowing. They were increasing, one after another, like something was still checking people in. Arif hit the monitor lightly. "It's a glitch, it has to be." But his voice didn't believe it anymore. Because glitches don't assign rooms we physically locked. I pulled up the logs. Every entry had the same pattern. No source IP. No device. No external request. Just arrival. As if the hotel itself was accepting them. Sana suddenly said, "Check the lobby camera." Her voice had changed. Sharper now. More alert. I switched feeds. Lobby view loaded. Empty. Dim lights. The front desk untouched. But then I saw something that made my stomach tight. The revolving door moved. Slowly, even though no one was there. It turned once. Stopped. Then turned again. Like someone invisible was trying to enter politely. Arif whispered, "That's not wind." No one replied. Because we all knew it was. The system pinged again. Room 210. Confirmed. I checked the room status board. 210 had been sealed. We physically locked it earlier. Padlock, tape, everything. Sana looked at me. "Who is approving these?" I didn't have an answer. Because there was no approval system anymore. Just acceptance. Like the hotel had started deciding on its own. Another booking appeared. Room 118. Then 119. Then 120. Too fast. Too steady. Like a heartbeat speeding up. Arif backed away from the screen. "We need to evacuate now." But Sana didn't move. She was staring at something else. The printer. It had started printing on its own. Slowly, line by line. I walked over and pulled the paper out. Guest list. But the names were wrong. No, not wrong. Incomplete. Like parts of them were missing. Letters fading mid-print. And then I saw something that made my throat dry. One of the names was mine. I dropped the paper instantly. Arif saw it too. He went pale. "That's not possible," he said. But he didn't step away. Because another page was already coming out. Sana grabbed it before I could. Her hand shook slightly as she read. Her face changed. Not fear yet. Confusion. Then recognition. "That's my signature," she whispered. We all froze. Because signatures are not supposed to appear on printouts we never authorized. And definitely not ones we never signed. The printer stopped. Silence came back. But it felt temporary. Like the machine was just resting. Sana slowly looked up. "This is not a system issue." Arif laughed once. But it didn't sound real. "Then what is it?" No one answered. Because the answer didn't feel like something we were supposed to understand. The lights in the hallway outside flickered. Once, twice, then stabilized. But now the hotel felt different. Not broken. Active. Like something had just turned it back on fully. Sana walked toward the door. I stopped her. "Where are you going?" "To see if it's still happening in person," she said. That was the worst part. We all knew it would be. But we still followed her. Because sometimes you need to see the lie standing in front of you before you can accept it. We stepped into the corridor. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Clean carpet. Soft lighting. No sound, except for the faint elevator chime at the far end. Arif pointed. That wasn't working earlier. I nodded, but didn't speak, because I was watching the room numbers on the walls. They looked sharper, like they had been repainted recently. We reached the elevator. The doors were open. No one inside, but the panel showed movement. Floor indicator shifting on its own. Up, down, then stopping at levels that didn't exist in the building design. Sana whispered, "Basement doesn't go that low." Arif leaned in. "It's stuck." But it wasn't stuck. It was choosing. Then the doors closed. We didn't press anything, but it still moved. Down. One floor. Then another. Then another. Until the display showed something impossible. B3. We don't have a B3. We barely have a B1. The elevator stopped. The doors opened. Cold air came out. Not just cold. Old. Like the air hadn't been disturbed in years. Sana stepped back immediately. "I'm not going down there." But Arif was staring inside. "I hear something," he said quietly. I listened. At first, nothing. Then faint sounds. Typing. Phones ringing. Soft voices. Like a reception desk still running underground. But no hotel has a reception below its foundation. At least not ours. The lights inside the elevator flickered again. And for half a second, I saw something standing in the corner. Not clear. Just a shape. Still. Waiting. Then gone. I blinked hard. It disappeared. Arif swallowed. "Someone is down there." Sana shook her head. "No one is supposed to be down there." That sentence hit differently. Because it wasn't just about safety anymore. It was about logic. And logic was starting to fail. The elevator chimed again. Softly, like it was inviting us. Then the panel showed something else. Room assignment scrolling. Vast. Non-stop. New guests arriving every second. All of them tied to floors that shouldn't exist. Sana suddenly grabbed my arm. "Stop it, pull the power again." I shook my head. "We already did." Arif looked at me. "Then why is it still running?" I didn't answer. Because I finally understood something I didn't want to understand. We didn't shut the hotel down. We only shut ourselves out of controlling it. And whatever was inside had learned how to operate without us. The elevator stayed open. Waiting. Patient. Like it already knew we would eventually step in. Behind us, the corridor lights flickered again. And this time, they didn't stabilize. They stayed slightly dimmer. Like the building had shifted its attention away from us and towards something below.